innovating medical devices and drugs. So in last decade, everyone is focusing towards it, and it is going to help India and nearly 200 other countries which are underdeveloping, developing countries and least developed countries. So 22 least developed countries and around 150-60 developing countries. So we will be discussing with all the experts from our part of the world, our country, and we will be deliberating on various issues that we are doing and they are doing, so that all the students can help using their minds, how can we go ahead in the direction. There is a session where role of women in MedTech, because we here are working with IIT Jodhpur. So doctors and engineers are working together to do something in this field. There is a session also where women's role of women in innovations, MedTech innovations, that all will also be discussed. I hope everybody will take benefit of this. So I thank both the directors of IIT and AIIMS Jodhpur for this. Thank you. So I hope you will enjoy the sessions.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Dr. Jha, for that insightful introduction. Your words truly highlight the essence of today's event. Beginning the session, I now invite the session chairs, Dr. Pradeep Kumar Bhatia, Professor and Head, Department of Anesthesiology and Critical Care, AIIMS Jodhpur, and Professor Abhinav Dikshit, Professor and Head, Department of Physiology of AIIMS Jodhpur, to commence the proceedings. Kindly display the CV of each speaker on the screen.
Good morning, all of you. I'm happy to introduce the first speaker of the session, Dr. Shiv Soni. He is working as Associate Professor in the Department of Anesthesiology at PGI Chandigarh. He has received Institute Best Research Award in 2024, Institute Meritorious Award for Innovations last year. He has 75 publications to his credit. He has also written 5 chapters in books, and H-index is 13 and total 600 citations. He has already filed patent for oxygen delivery apparatus HFNC and pressure-guided arterial cannulation and CPAP helmet. Welcome, Dr. Soni, for your deliberations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Good morning, one and all. First of all, heartily thanks to organizing team AIIMS Jodhpur and IIT Jodhpur. And I especially thanks to my mentor, Professor G.D. Puri, sir, for giving me this opportunity. So it is an honor to stand before you today to discuss that has potential to transform medical innovations, that is indigenously developed high-flow nasal cannula device. As word says by the great scientist Albert Einstein, the true sign of intelligence is not the knowledge, but imagination. So innovations is a multi-stage process. It transforms the idea to the new process and novel devices and new algorithms. So for achieving the desired goal, always need a good leadership, teamwork, and the proper communications. So I will be discuss in next 10 minutes about my roadmap of the research journey, why we need of these new devices, and how we develop the prototype and how tested at our institute level, and what challenges we faced during this journey. So first question is always in mind is the why need of research and innovations. We have already these things. So first answer is addressing the urgent healthcare needs. So as we all faced the COVID-19 pandemics that overwhelmed the healthcare system worldwide, including in India, and also it affected badly by the lockdown, and during the second wave, especially the critical shortage of oxygen therapy equipments. During the second wave, especially, we faced a lot of problem. Even we don't have bed for even our healthcare staffs. And that time, maximum number of the patients need high oxygen requirement that is not possible by routine oxygen delivery apparatus. So at that time, the high flow nasal oxygen cannula device is very helpful to save the patient care, save the life of the patients. And that time, the limited research and development in the non-invasive ventilation devices. So another reasons for why we need to develop a new research is the reduced dependency on the imports. Sometimes India faced the supply and chain disruption during the pandemics and leading to a shortage of essential medical equipments. Another is the cost effective. When we develop the indigenously any product, it's reduced the cost almost 1/3 to 1/4 times. So it's a very, very important, especially in setup of the India. Another is the innovation for the local impacts. This include the design and device that could be easily maintained and scaled and adopted to the Indian healthcare setups. And we give also chance to leveraging the local expertise. India has a wealth of engineering and medical expertise. The team was motivated to combine these local resources to develop solutions that not only addressing the immediately crisis, but also had the potential for the long-term impact in managing future respiratory emergencies. And also need and for the ethical responsibility and social impact. So at the time of the COVID, we saw that the team was deeply motivated for the ethical responsibility to contribute positively during the healthcare crisis. So at that time, we start the layout process to indigenously develop high-flow nasal cannula device. We made the constitution, the internal research team under leadership of Professor J.D. Puri sir. And we discussed all team members along with the Department of Science and Technology regarding the study of the existing HFNC devices and their drawbacks and the project objective and deliverable and what we submitted our proposal of projects and documentation work to the Department of Science and Technology, and luckily we got sanction from the DST New Delhi. So after the documentation, we need to clearance by the various committees like the Institute Ethical Committee, Institute Collaborative Committee, as well as the Funding Agency Committee. So after these documentation work, actual work starts from the prototyping. So during the prototyping is not a one-day job, it's a long journey. So it started with the study of the existing HFNC devices from the domestic as well as the international manufacturer to understand their design, performance, and the components. So we analyze what is the low-cost alternative used in other critical care applications and explore their availabilities. And then we collaborate with technical partner and to how to go in this journey. And we review all the required components such as various type of flow sensor, heater, which material is used for these products, and what the mechanism for the humidifications, airway management, user interface, and then the safety features, all are we reviewed during the prototype. So prototype is developed in the phase manners. Initially in phase 1, we just made a box with heater and blower, and then the changes is occurring day by day after the review meetings. So finally, we developed, updated our prototype turbine based, and then the one is the compressor based unit. So during this journey, it's very important the review meetings and with our team as well as with the funding agency and the industrial partners. So these meetings is very, very important, and we frequently did our fortnight, 15 days or 7 days, we did meeting at our institute level. So after discussing these meetings, we had goes in refinement of our product. So several iterations were done to refine the prototype, which was mainly initially we started turbine that is a very big, and then we reduced the size of turbine with the high impact, as well as flow sensor and temperature sensor we developed more advanced, and then the changes done as per need of the discussion team. and the advancement of alarm systems and use of AI in the latest version, which is under development phase. So after making the prototype is a very important step is the testing and the validations. So testing has the 4 stages of devices. One is the functionality of the testing, and second is the performance testing at the standard analyzers. And third one is the safety and durability of testing under the long durations. And finally, we need to testing at the simulator or patient level. So we are lucky to have a biomedical hub unit at our institute level, which was started by Dr. J.D. Puri sir, and now is looking Dr. Matthew sir, this hub units. We have all necessary equipments in our hub units for the testing of the new devices. We have a gas flow analyzer as well as medical and oxygen air sources and our teams. So our team daily did the tested of these devices, and finally on a simulator we also tested. And so during the testing, normally we tested different flow and a different temperature and different of oxygen fractions. So initially flow was 10 liter and 20 liters, and then again more flow and more other temperatures and other FI2 concentration we tested. So after the testing, the laboratory, we got the tested by the NABL accredited laboratory, and we got the certificate from the NABL accredited labs, and we follow the regulatory all compliances in house lab testing, and then the certification from the NABL lab, and then we started approval is waiting for the CDSCO approval. So after promising functionality and performance and safety testing result of HFNC devices was proposed for the clinical validations as per ICMI guidelines for phase 1 clinical studies. So this study, his primary objective was the agreement between the measured and the predict arterial blood gas oxygen changes and secondary outcome change in the vital parameters at the end of session from the baselines. So proportion of base patient expressing the adverse and the serious adverse events. So this is the randomized trials in the healthy volunteers, and we got after approval from the Institute Ethical Committee as well as the CTRI, and we got a clinical trial liability insurance cover for these healthy volunteers. Monetary supports by the Department of Science and Technology. The phase 1 clinical trial, we focused mainly the reporting the adverse event monitoring and reporting and management. So we took the sample from the healthy volunteers, and we examined and found the correlation between the measured as well as predicted oxygens. There were no complications encountered by the volunteer both the during and after the trial periods. So this trial we may conclude that the indigenously developed device produced an increase in oxygen fraction and as expected without any unwanted adverse events in healthy human studies. So during this journey, we faced many challenges. Initially days, part supply chain problem due to the COVID-19, limited resources to import restrictions, and regulatory hurdles to obtain required certifications and clearance, as well as availability of the analyzer for the checking at our institute level, like fluke analyzers, we got some problems. And the learning of this journey is the main role is the communication, collaboration, and team spirit are the key role, and the localized solution always try to localize the solution with the limited resources, and device should be simplified and cost effective in mind. So novelty of this proposed devices is the first indigenously developed HFNC device with automatic airflow temperature oxygen control system, and it has dual operating mode, compressor as well as the turbine based. And in this, we also propose the AI mechanism to automatically flow rate and FI2 control system as per patient's respiratory rate and the saturations. In the lightweight and portables, we also applied this device to patent through the funding agency DST and TIFAC. we got applications number for this. We also pleasure to share got Best Innovation Award at Institute Research Day by ICMI Chief Professor Rajiv Pahel, sir, and we also motivated and encouraging word from the media and other publics. So ongoing activities, the phase second clinical trials will be started shortly. We got funding from the ICMAs, and the process of the transfer of technology and commercialization within this partner is going on, and we hopefully launch the developed HFNC devices soon after approval from the CDSCO market. So during my journey, a learning message is that take your time for need of identifications, which devices which we want to made or we want to innovate. Secondly, collaboration at the teamwork with the clear communication is very, very important. And thirdly, proper documentations and regular review meetings very important. Documentation is boring, but it's very, very important. And device should be patient safety and clinician friendly. And the most important thing, last 2 days we are discussing regarding IPR policy, transfer of technology policy, and commercialization. These are the things we should never go in the short way. Always follow the proper way for the making the IPR and TOT and commercialization rules. And most important thing for making any new device is the patience and perseverance. So I thanks to my mentor, Professor G.D. Puri sir, for supervise and day-to-day guidance, making this device helpful. And I also acknowledge my sincere thanks to my all team for this making device. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shiv, for your brief and very precise description of your innovation and overall need to society. We can take 1 or 2 questions quickly, and then we'll move to the second lecture. Or otherwise, we'll have interaction during tea hours. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Shiv.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dr. Anita Agarwal. She's the head of scientific division, CDSCO. She's the head of science for equity, empowerment and development division and state science and technology program at the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. She actively shapes policies and initiatives that promote equitable and inclusive scientific progress and is committed to harnessing science and innovation for societal advancement, focusing on empowering of unprivileged communities through scientific interventions. Madam brings extensive expertise and a visionary approach to the development of science and technology policies, fostering innovation and sustainable growth. And she's an influential voice in the scientific committee and recognized for her passion for equitable scientific progress. She's an invaluable thought leader for shaping discussions on the role of science in national development. Over to you, Madam.
Namaskar to one and all. And I think my job has been made very easy by my preceding speaker. So again, it was a GSK funded project and a lot of aspects have been covered. So, and I'm not from CDSCO, I'm from Department of Science and Technology. Just to rectify. So with my stint in DSK for more than 16 years, so I have been handling the program for development of medical devices since my joining in DSK. And the program is as old as DSK. So DSK was, DSK came into existence in 1971. And instrumentation development program, technology development program, was one of the first programs which was rolled out by DST since its inception. And biomedical technologies, healthcare technologies have been an integral part of that portfolio. From DST, we are more focused towards the technical side. For medical side, we expect ICMR to take care of it, and partnerships with ICMR and DBT is also pursued at the right time once the device is there. So I'll just give you a brief of all the activities which have been pursued by DST to promote the development of devices like which have some interface with healthcare services. So, I mean, if you look at the technology part, so it is a key component nowadays with all the government missions. Whichever mission you pick up, whether it is doubling of farmers' income or healthcare for all. So any mission you pick up, technology plays a key role in all those missions. Next slide, please. So, next slide. So if you look at Ministry of Science and Technology, अच्छा इधर से करना है. So we have three sister departments. We are three departments in Ministry of Science and Technology. One is Department of Science and Technology, then Department of Biotechnology, and the third department is Department of Scientific and Industrial Research. So Department of Scientific and Industrial Research is mainly doing intramural funding. So they have their own 39 labs across the country, and most of their funding goes in the intramural consumption. But DST is the biggest extramural funding agency in the country. So like if you look at the emerging space of science, technology, and innovation, so science is something where you generate new knowledge. And if you look at science anywhere across the world globally, most of the funding in science comes from the government resources. And then technology is something when you start using that science to generate something which can be used for any intended application. And once you have supremacy in doing what you want to, and you start generating economic output out of it, then it becomes an innovation. So any innovation must have some economic output to say. So if you look at the Indian science sector, so these are the major concerns, and these are like uniformly applicable to whether you are doing medical research or you are pursuing any other research. How do we increase national expenditure or R&D? How do we encourage private partners to participate in R&D activities? Majorly R&D activities are either private industries, they have their own, like big industries have their own R&D centers and their own R&D agenda. And academics, like they have their own R&D agenda and they are pursuing it in silos. And we see the integration or the common objectives in very few places. And then full-time equivalent, how to increase the S&T manpower, improving research quality. All these are the like general concerns which plague the R&D ecosystem in the country. So these are just a few indicators which I have picked up. So the kind of R&D funding which is going in across the sectors. So I mean, right now in terms of publication, we are globally, we are on the third rank. And I don't think we'll get any benefit if we go beyond that. The major concern now is the quality of research publications that are coming out of it. So we are lagging behind in the quality and the original research. And in Global Innovation Index also, we have improved considerably. And we have the thriving startup ecosystem within the country. So currently, the ecosystem is really conducive to take our research development forward. So there are few areas where we have, these are the few areas where we really still need to work upon. So quality I have already covered, then participation of women, gender equity. So to address gender equity, DST has a different division which is looking at various schemes for women. So we have identified like break-in career is one issue with the women, mobility is another issue. To address all these concerns, so DST has various schemes under women component. And again, DST is sector agnostic, so we support all the sectors. And around 30 to 40% of funding of DST is going into healthcare sector. So then coming back again to the mandate of DST. So the prime mandate is to make science and technology policies for the country. So DST makes the science and technology policies for the country and all other departments which are supporting R&D, whether it is like Department of Agriculture or whether it is Department of Health, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. So all those like they follow those policies. They are the major stakeholders in all our policies. Then we have different components. So one is infrastructure development, strengthening of scientific infrastructure, and then human capacity building. So we have many fellowship programs where we provide funding support to individuals in the form of fellowships to pursue their research interests, especially for the young and budding scientists who have recently joined the regular positions. And then futuristic technologies. So this is another very important aspect. So we have ICPS mission running across the country, and now the latest is quantum mission. So both these missions and supercomputing mission, all these missions are coordinated by Department of Science and Technologies, where we are looking at something which is really futuristic in nature. Then global science diplomacy. So we have a separate international division which governs all the R&D collaborations across with different nations, which could be multilateral or it could be bilateral. So I've already spoken about technology development programs, which are as old as DST. So under these technology development programs, so these are the verticals we are covering. So therapeutic chemicals, this is a very recent program which was launched 2 years back. So we have already rolled out a call on development of small chemical moieties for management of rare diseases. Another call was given to develop the green processes for development of KSMs and intermediates and starting materials. So here we were looking at carbon economy and green processing in all these development pathways, and our focus was more on chemistry side. So we have created pockets of excellence and centers across the country, and more than 17 institutions are involved in that. So as biomedical devising, under biomedical devising technology program, every year we support around 25 to 30 projects. So a nationwide call for proposals is given, and against every call we receive maybe around 300 to 400 proposals. And out of those 300 to 400 proposals, 20 best proposals are selected. So we have proposals from medical institutions also, where the lead PI is from medical institution. At the same time, we get it from engineering side also. But again, in this program, it is mandatory to have a good clinical partner if any proposal is coming from engineering side. And the previous project was supported through this program only. So under this program, we have also developed a concept of hubs. So these hubs are working in the hub and spoke model. So they are working on development of new technologies, and also they have to develop the protocols for their validation, testing, and standardization. So again, this is also multi-institutional in nature, where we have multiple engineering institutes or multiple institutes, they are working with the hub. And the hubs are expected to help them in IPR filing, have an regular interaction with industry, understand the industry problems, understand the problems faced by clinicians, and accordingly develop innovative solutions. So here also our focus is like the devices which are being developed by the hub, they should undergo proper clinical validation, testing, and eventually we should rope in some industry partners to take those developments forward. So they have to do the development part, commercialization part, IP facilitation. So this is one example where this is a completed project. I just wanted to show a few examples. So the first is like you start the development with an industry partner. Industry has some issues, they poses the problem before the investigators, they start working together. Ultimately, once you reach the TRL 4 or 5, where the industry is convinced with your development, and then they take it forward for further commercialization. So in this case, for us, the input is the cost that has gone in, the time that has been invested. So here the industry is involved from the inception of the project. So next is again the problem has come from industry, but industry is not involved from the beginning of the project. The development was complete and eventually then taken up by the industry. So this is a proof of concept project. So where the clinical partner and the engineering partner, they came together, and then the clinical partner was generating data and giving it to the technical partner, and they were working on a development to prove certain concept. So this is another type of project where you are just working on the proof of concept. And now this is one project where the biomedical engineer who was working in the project, so he completed the development, launched his own startup, and now he's trying to scale up and take it forward. So like these are primarily 4 models under which we are operating. Either you come with the industry or you come with a clinical partner who has some identified need, unmet need, and then start working together to establish the proof of concept. Accordingly, the quantum of funding is decided depending upon the nature of the project you are working upon. If industry is working with you, we do expect industry to contribute towards the total cost of the project. So this is another programming DST where we are working on the technology which have like direct relevance to healthcare sectors, technologies for disabled and elderly. So again, till date we were operating on that model only, issue a call for proposal, invite proposals from the academic community, and then select the proposal and fund them. So now we will be shifting our approach a bit. Again, we are going for center approach. We'll create the center which will be looking at particular disability. They will identify the needs and then eventually work on technologies to address those needs. So these are the few developments like which have come from this program. So now the future work will be, so we are also engaging with the Ministry of Social Justice to work together and arrive at a solution which can be really deployed at the field. So under this scheme, our next ambitious development will be cochlear implant. So we have a society with DRDO, and collectively with the Caltech as industry partner, we will be working on development of cochlear implant, and our target timelines are 2 to 3 years. So this is another ambitious project which we will be starting very soon. So under National Mission on Interdisciplinary Cyber Physical Systems, we have established 25 hubs across the country. And I believe IIT Jodhpur will also be having one such hub. So these hubs are working on AI, ML, and machine learning, all these technologies. And out of these 25 hubs which have been established, 9 are working in the healthcare sector, which are working on core healthcare technologies, which includes robotics, machine learning, and and we want, now this capacity has been generated in the country. We have established this capacity, and now we want clinicians to leverage this capacity and then equip them with data in the proper format so they can further refine these models and come up with the solutions as per the needs of clinicians. So I just wanted to reflect, like whatever new mission we are undertaking, healthcare is embedded as a core application sector. So next is NRF. I believe everybody in the country who does in the field of R&D, they know about Anusandhan National Research Foundation. So already many programs have been rolled out, and recently there was a call for pair program. So 20 application sectors have been identified, and healthcare is like one area in that call also. And apart from that, they are also working on a new call for MedTech mission. So where they will be identifying few unmet need, specialty-wise, and then the call will be launched in another 2 months. So if anybody is interested, just please keep an eye. So next is under National Quantum Mission. Recently, we have established 4 hubs across the country, which will be looking at quantum technologies. Again, as an application sector, healthcare sector has been covered, and IIT Bombay has already started working in one of the hubs for healthcare sector. So under Nidhi program also, where we give support to establish business incubators, and there is a provision for startup funding also. So Center of Excellence for Medical Technologies has been awarded to IIT Kanpur. So that center will be funding the startups which are working in MedTech domain across the country. So I think there is a condition that they should be incubated in GST funded incubator or some government funded incubator. So here also, and we will scale it up eventually to include more startups. So now the gaps that we have identified. So it's been years since we have working in the MedTech sector more towards the technology side. So the gaps that have been identified, and when we interact with our investigators, so recently DST has organized the workshops across the country, and we have interacted with more than 200 institutions and investigators which are working in the MedTech domain. So these are the problems which were identified on that basis, and industry was also involved in these consultations. So one is limited prototyping and testing facilities. So this challenge we tried to address in a limited way when we established our hubs. So there we were expecting institutions also to have some kind of infrastructure to support this prototyping so that you can make multiple pieces and then use it for academic trials or with industry clinical initial trials, testing and validation. So this is one problem which we have observed, and then complex regulatory compliances. So most of the investigators and like industries, like they have pointed out our regulatory system should be simplified specifically for in the case of medical devices. Then limited local procurement support. This is another issue I think Ministry of Health and Family Welfare is working on it, so giving some preference to the local manufacturing. Then patent processes. So we are working with patent regulator on this also. And now, there is a significant reduction in time of getting the patents. But at the same time, the major issue is, at least for the clinician side, we observed, like they have limited awareness on IPR, how to write a patent, and what can be filed, all those issues. So we will be working with our patent facilitation centers to create this awareness program, especially on the medical side of things. And investor reluctance due to risks and long gestation period. So we will be working on this aspect also because we have a statutory body technology development board. So we are just trying to restructure it and see how we can really facilitate the industry side and startup side to provide them like with easy, funds on the simplified terms and conditions, so as to boost this ecosystem. Next slide. So we have worked from the, apart from the C division, I am also heading the medical technology cell in DST. So we are trying to conceptualize a new program to establish the Center of Excellence, so which can at least help and give the guidance to prospective investigators, clinicians who really want to work in this domain, but because of lack of time and going to multiple windows for multiple guidances, so they are really reluctant to step into this domain. So we plan to create Center of Excellence, at least 4 to 5 to start with. And with due consultations, we have decided to have these Center of Excellence in specified areas, like for polymeric device. Another could be like for electronic components and mechanical components. Under each category, we will have a tentative list of devices which will be targeted, and then see how to facilitate end-to-end development of this kind of devices. So we plan that these centers should have that IP regulatory, and we will request the regulator also to give like regular inputs in these centers. So we can have webinars, and also that whosoever is a part of these centers, they are very well aware of regulatory process and IP process and tech transfer process. So all these should be embedded at one place. And one suggestion during our consultations also came from the, especially from the medical colleges. Like, so they wanted there should be a like small course on IP awareness for the, during when the, when somebody is pursuing their MBBS or higher degrees. So that at least they know what exactly IPR is and what all are the associated nitty-gritties with the process of filing the IP. So again, international collaboration will be another important aspect on this. So for every center, we would like to collaborate with the countries who are excelling. And foresee a quantum of funding from around 50 to 100 crores for each of these centers over a period of 5 years with defined deliverables. So if we see, as far as if we see, if you see the innovation profile of the country, so over a period of time, a very small, 5 to 6 years, so we have reached 39 rank in the Global Innovation Index. But the main concern is stagnant Human Development Index. And the Human Development Index definitely, includes our healthcare sector. So that is an important aspect of the human being living. So how do we enable our clinicians with the affordable technologies, mass screening programs, preventive healthcare programs, so as to improve the quality of life of our masses? So how do we achieve the dream for healthcare of all? So we really have to think about what role science and technology can play in this important domain and how we can facilitate that. So Government of India will be coming up, rolling out many new programs, whether it's coming from the Department of Pharma, Health and Family Welfare, and the Department of Biotechnology. So my request to all the clinicians is please look out for these programs, and your hearty participation is very important for success of such programs. Apart from this, DSK has also rolled out a program on gene therapy for sickle cell anemia. So this is another ambitious project, and specifically, like, so we are working with AIIMS, and our specific focus is development of gene editing technology using CRISPR-Cas. So we are at a pretty advanced stage, and so we are using the process of electrophoresis, and we are looking at the delivery using the viral vectors also. So, and the other important program that we'll be undertaking very soon is development of LVAG and PVAG. So many centers across the country are working for these developments, and this program will be shortly rolled out by ANRF or DSK or in collaboration. So, I think clinicians have a lot of opportunities in coming times to get associated with the DSK programs, and we really look forward to a good participation from this region. So with this, I'll thank you all for patient listening. Namaskar.
Thank you, Dr. Anita, for a very informative presentation. Due to shortage of time, I would like to invite the next speaker, and any interaction if or any questions that can be done on during the TRs. Okay. So now I would like to invite Dr. Ravi Venkatraman. He is a renowned anesthesiologist and a pain management physician and has nearly 3 decades of experience. He is dedicated almost 30 years in advancing patient care and medical innovations. His key role in leading medical centers held esteemed positions at Bergen Regional Medical Center, St. Mary's Hospital, and University of Pain Management Center of Brooklyn. And he will be speaking on implementing EMR in resource-limited centers, opportunities and challenges. Welcome, Dr. Ravi.
Good morning. Thank you very much for giving me the privilege of coming and speaking here. I would like to introduce myself as maybe the best way to say it is I'm probably one of the earliest students under the guidance and tutelage of Dr. Puri. Go back a little while, I think I would owe my presence in anesthesia, in pain management, and in IT to his sustained interest, which crosses boundaries. I've been involved with EMR systems implementation and EHR systems implementation for the last about 30 years. And there are some common areas in hospital systems and in medical systems overall, which prevent the rapid implementation of this. Let's have a look at what these issues are. First question is, why do we need an electronic health record? The benefits of that. I think the previous speaker alluded to the benefits of that and how much the government of India is going to spend over the next few years. What are the issues with that implementation? Other than giving me white hair, bald patch, and staying awake at night wondering what the next question is going to be from, it is a stressful period. But at the end of the story, when the implementation is complete, it certainly is worth the efforts that have been put in. So what are the benefits of transitioning from a paper-based technology to a healthcare system? The best advantage that we could get to the surgeons is the fact that they can follow the flow of money from the time the patient has been seen, scheduled, treated, discharged, and followed up in the office. In addition to that, of course, compliance with healthcare systems is critical. And I think the effort made by Medicare, especially to tell the physicians that, look, we'll give you some money, but it's imperative that you move to electronic health systems. And sure enough, I think by end of last year, about 80% of healthcare systems had transitioned to a healthcare record. Let's just probably have a look at now the benefits of these healthcare technology. I think the most important thing is safety and improvement in patient care. And also a continuity in care is maintained regardless of whether the patient is seen in one place or multiple locations. I think the best description that was given was what happens to a child who's been treated with cancer in a hospital? What is the information being generated and what is being given to the primary care provider? Because at the end of the story, the patient's family interacts and believes the primary physician much more than the neurosurgeon whom they've seen for probably about 15 minutes prior to the patient going in for surgery. The exchange of clinical information, exchange of opinions is also tremendously better in the presence of an electronic health record. We come to the question as to where that data can be stored. I was given a floppy disk drive which contains my presentation and perhaps other information as well. But moving forward, I think everybody is looking at the net in order to store data and be able to retrieve that across the board anytime, any place, anywhere, and anyhow. And I think that certainly confers an increased benefits for the patient as far as patient care is concerned. Why then are we so reticent in implementing electronic healthcare systems? I think the biggest problem is money. We've been talking about money is being allocated for healthcare treatment, for documentation, for electronic medical systems. But at the end of the story, there is a need and a requirement for government and the government organizations to get involved and also to emphasize the deployment with a you have to do it or else approach. Awareness from the hospital leadership and the clinician community is important as well. It requires additional time, input, and involvement from the physicians, physician leadership, in order to ensure that the system is properly deployed. One of the steps of ensuring appropriate EHR implementation involves understanding the roles that are played by each of the people who handle patients or handle patient data. That ensures that you can translate that workflow and optimize that workflow for maximum benefit. In the lack of this planning, there will be a loss and dysfunction of the system. So it's important that when a system is set up, the system is set up properly, making sure that responsibilities are maintained and involvement of each and every component of the patient care team, whether it be the nurse, whether it be the operating room technician, or whether it be the surgeon. All of them do their little bit in the electronic healthcare record system. Oh. Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. And with this, we'll be closing the session. The questions can be discussed with the speaker during the tea break. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bhatia and Dr. Dikshit, for chairing these insightful sessions. Your valuable contributions have surely enriched the discourse on medical innovation, ecosystem, and development. I now invite our esteemed chairpersons, Dr. Bhatia and Dr. Dikshit, to felicitate our distinguished speakers, Dr. Soni, Dr. Agarwal, and Dr. Venkatraman, as a token of our appreciation for their time and invaluable insights. We'd like to request Dr. Soni and Dr. Anita Agarwal to kindly come forward on the stage. I would like to invite Dr. Kuldeep sir to felicitate Dr. Bhatia and Dr. Abhinav Dikshit in honor of their contributions as session chairpersons.
Thank you, Professor Kuldeep, for doing the honors. Ladies and gentlemen, it is our honor to welcome our chief guest, Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvanshi, a distinguished leader in India's pharmaceutical and regulatory landscape, and as the Drugs Controller General of India at CDSCO. We're also joined by our guest of honor, Professor Avinash Kumar Agarwal, Director IIT Jodhpur, and Dr. Govardhan Dutt Puri, Executive Director AIIMS Jodhpur. Let's extend a warm round of applause to welcome them. Before we move ahead, let's take a moment to reflect on the incredible journey of AIIMS Jodhpur in advancing medical infrastructure and technology. From pioneering research to groundbreaking innovations, AIIMS Jodhpur has consistently pushed the boundaries of healthcare excellence. Here's a video showcasing our progress, impact, and vision for the future.
देश के विभिन्न हिस्सों में सर्वगुणवत्तापूर्ण स्वास्थ्य सेवाएं देने के विजन के साथ 2004 में 820 करोड़ रुपए के शुरुआती बजट से अखिल भारतीय आयुर्विज्ञान संस्थान एम्स जोधपुर की स्थापना की गई। 2012 में 25 छात्रों का पहला बैच 15 फैकल्टी मेंबर्स के साथ MBBS तथा 60 छात्राओं के साथ यहां 2013 में नर्सिंग कॉलेज शुरू हुआ। शिक्षण के लिए आधुनिक प्रशिक्षण सुविधाओं का इस्तेमाल एम्स जोधपुर मॉडल की विशिष्टता है। एम्स नई दिल्ली के बाद MBBS प्रवेश के लिए पहला पसंदीदा विकल्प है। PG पाठ्यक्रम अगस्त 2016 में और सुपर स्पेशलिटी पाठ्यक्रम जुलाई 2017 में शुरू हुआ। कई विशिष्ट पाठ्यक्रम जैसे IIT के साथ MedTech प्रोग्राम यहाँ छात्रों के लिए उपलब्ध है। एम्स जोधपुर 4 स्तंभों की मजबूत नींव पर बना गया है। चिकित्सा शिक्षा, एकीकृत रोगी देखभाल, अत्याधुनिक अनुसंधान और सार्वजनिक स्वास्थ्य। रोगी सेवाओं के लिए 2013 में OPD, 2014 में IPD और 2017 में इमरजेंसी शुरुआत हुई। हर साल OPD में 7 लाख मरीजों को परामर्श, 30 OT तथा 960 बेड उपलब्ध है। गुर्दे एवं लिवर ट्रांसप्लांट की सभी सुविधाएं यहाँ उपलब्ध है। अस्पताल का सभी कार्य डिजिटल प्रणाली पर आधारित है। हमारी प्रणाली आयुष्मान भारत योजना तथा राज्य की स्वास्थ्य संबंधी योजनाओं के साथ एकीकृत है। यहाँ सिमुलेशन आधारित प्रशिक्षण के लिए एक स्किल एंड इनोवेशन सेंटर है। स्वीडिश सहयोग के तहत एम्स जोधपुर, एम्स नई दिल्ली और स्वीडन के बीच त्रिपक्षीय समझौते का हिस्सा है। यहाँ 2017 में आयुष ब्लॉक की शुरुआत हुई। एम्स जोधपुर को सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस फॉर ट्राइबल हेल्थ के रूप में मान्यता दी है और वर्ष 2021 में सिरोही जिले के आबू रोड पर सैटेलाइट केंद्र स्थापित किया गया। दुर्गम स्थानों तक दवाइयां एवं मरीजों के रक्त सैंपल पहुंचने हेतु ड्रोन के सफल परीक्षण के बाद इसे नियमित प्रयोग में लाने के पथ पर अग्रसर है। हमें सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस फॉर रेयर डिजीजेस के रूप में मान्यता प्राप्त है। एम्स टेलीमेडिसिन और टेली मेंटरिंग के लिए इको हब के रूप में काम कर रहा है। छात्रों के लिए विभिन्न वार्षिक उत्सव आयोजित किए जाते हैं। ये गर्व की बात है कि एम्स जोधपुर वर्तमान में 2023 के लिए NIRF रैंकिंग 13वें स्थान पर है। हमें विश्वास है एम्स जोधपुर की ये विकास यात्रा निरंतर अपनी मंजिल की ओर आगे बढ़ती रहेगी।
Ladies and gentlemen, medical innovation is a driving force behind our nation's progress, aligning with the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji. As we work towards building a Viksit Bharat, one that is digital, resilient and committed to strengthening healthcare, this platform serves as a testament to our collective ambition. The collaboration between AIIMS Jodhpur and IIT Jodhpur has been recognized by our Prime Minister himself as a historic partnership shaping the future of medical technology. This synergy embodies the spirit of innovation and fuels the mission of a self-reliant India. Now, I have the privilege of inviting our esteemed dignitaries to join us on stage. Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvanshi, our chief guest, Dr. Govardhan Dutt Puri, patron of ICMI 2025, Professor Avinash Kumar Agarwal, patron of ICMI 2025, Dr. Deepak Kumar Jha, co-patron of ICMI 2025, Professor Sampath Vadera, co-patron of ICMI 2025, Dr. Manoj Kamal, committee chairperson, and Professor Sushmita Jha, committee chairperson. Let's welcome them with a round of applause as they take their seats of honor.
As we commence this auspicious occasion, allow me to introduce the tradition of bouquets and safas. Today, it is our pleasure to present these perpetual blooms and safas as expression of honor, respect, and hospitality towards our esteemed guests. With the pride of Rajasthan's rich traditions, Kesariya Balama Padharo Samare Desre, we welcome you all with the honor of a Rajasthani safa, symbolizing dignity and respect. So let us all embrace this beautiful custom as we express our heartfelt gratitude and admiration for this presence and invaluable contributions to this event. Firstly, I have the distinct honor of inviting Dr. G.D. Puri to honor our chief guest, Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvanshi, with a bouquet and the safa symbolizing our deepest respect and admiration. Kindly give them a big round of applause. I again request Dr. Puri sir to extend a floral and a safa welcome to our guest of honor. I now request Dr. Pradeep Bhatia to honor Dr. G.D. Puri sir and to bestow upon him with a safa. Have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Next, I kindly request Dr. Nikhil Kothari to present the eternal blooms and a safa to Professor Sampath Vadera. Now I request Dr. Anubhav Gupta to present the bouquet and the safa to Dr. Deepak Kumar Jha as a gesture of respect and honor. I kindly request Dr. Mahesh Davnani to bestow upon Dr. Manoj Kamal with the utmost gratitude and honor he deserves. We request Dr. Anubhav Gupta to present the bouquet and safa to Dr. Manoj Kamal with the utmost gratitude and honor that he deserves. Can you give them a big round of applause, everyone? Lastly, I request Dr. Shilpi Dikshit to present the bouquet and the safa to Professor Shushmita Jha as a gesture of respect and honor. Can we give them a big hands? With this, we extend our warmest welcome and gratitude to all our esteemed guests.
It's now time for the formal inaugural ceremony. I invite our esteemed dignitaries to commence the ceremony. Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvanshi, Professor Avinash Kumar Agarwal, Dr. Govardhan Dutt Puri, Dr. Deepak Kumar Jha, Dr. Manoj, and Dr. Sushmita Jha to join them in this auspicious tradition.
I would like to request all the dignitaries to proceed with the auspicious ceremony of lighting the lamp, invoking the blessings of Ma Saraswati, Goddess of Knowledge. Let us all come together in unity and reverence as we mark the beginning of this transformative event.
या कुन्देन्दुतुषारहारधवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्कर प्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा
Saraswati, the goddess of knowledge and wisdom, we seek your divine blessings as we light this lamp to embark on this journey. May your radiant energy illuminate our minds, hearts, and surroundings. And may this lamp symbolize the spark of creativity and wisdom that you embody. So, a heartfelt thank you to all our distinguished guests for inaugurating today's event. Now, I have the honor of extending a warm invitation to Dr. Govardhan Dutt Puri, Executive Director, AIIMS Jodhpur, to deliver the welcome address. Dr. Puri is a distinguished leader in medical education and healthcare, renowned for his contributions to anesthesiology and critical care. Under his visionary leadership, AIIMS Jodhpur continues to flourish as a center of excellence in healthcare research and innovation. So we look forward to your words of wisdom. Thank you.
Distinguished guest, Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvanshi ji, Dr. Avinash Kumar Agarwal, co-patron of ICMI 2025, other dignitaries on the dais, Dr. Anita Agarwal, Director, Technology Board, DST, my other friends and guests, colleagues, students, and especially Dr. Ravi Venkatraman, who has come from so far away to tell us about technology applications in medical field. A very warm morning, and especially a thanks to the school students who have come here to learn how the medical technologies are being developed and how their learning at the school and college level of basics of physics, chemistry, and biology can be applied, utilized to make indigenous equipment. Thank you for coming, and it's with great pleasure I see the enthusiasm from these students, faculty members who are gathered here for the AIIMS component of this conference. As you know, we hold it for 3 days. 2 days we hold at IIT Delhi, IIT Jodhpur, and the third day is at AIIMS Jodhpur. Though Dr. Avinash may be thinking why we are inaugurating it second time, because we inaugurated 2 days earlier at AIIMS, at IIT Jodhpur. But I think to make the people together and find a reason for sitting and exchanging our requests and ideas. So it's a good thing to have a function where we can interact on the dais with the students, because the number of people who come may be different than what they had come there. India's healthcare landscape is not just changing, it's being redefined. We are witnessing remarkable growth, but our ambition stretches far beyond simply keeping pace. We aim to establish India as a global leader in medical technology, a leader in developing solutions that are not only cutting edge, but also affordable, sustainable, and accessible to all, regardless of their location or socioeconomic status. This means focusing on building products specifically tailored to the unique needs and challenges of our diverse settings. We must bridge the gaps in accessibility and affordability, particularly in rural centers, while upholding the highest standards of care in our tertiary institutions. The collaborative spirit between clinicians and engineers is the bedrock of this transformation. And at AIIMS Jodhpur, our strong partnership with IIT Jodhpur, exemplified by the medical technology program, where the students are selected together, the students are taught together, and we give the degree to them after the completion of the course together. And not only that, these students, they complete their courses during the time they spent at IIT and at AIIMS. They are able to make some prototypes, products, patents, and at least 10 startups have been started in the last 3-4 years since the beginning of this program. So that's a great achievement of this combined program. And these students, they put their best efforts. They're not just brilliant, they are the future entrepreneurs poised to translate innovative ideas into impactful healthcare startups. And that's what I said, 10 startups have started. It's crucial to acknowledge the exciting landscape we are operating within. Healthcare innovation in India represents a significant opportunity. Mind you, it is estimated at around $30 million. So while pharma services and health tech currently dominate, we are seeing promising green shoots in biotech and MedTech. The recent years have witnessed a shift in investment themes with increased interest in pharma services and a growing appetite for MedTech and biotech ventures that demonstrate positive unit economics. Experts predict this innovation opportunity could surge to $60 billion by another 3 years. The Government of India is fully committed to shaping and expanding the Indian healthcare landscapes. I believe, as the great Indian philosopher Swami Vivekananda ji once said, the future depends on what we do in the present. With initiatives like Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission and a dedicated fund of worth 10,000 crores to support innovative healthcare startups, the government is fostering a fertile ground for innovation and entrepreneurship. At this, I would like to add that AIIMS Jodhpur has adopted entrepreneurial policy, and very soon we are going to allow the faculty and also partly the students to set up startups within AIIMS Jodhpur. The future of healthcare innovation in India is intrinsically linked to several key factors: the rising consumerization of healthcare, the reconfiguration of global healthcare value chains, our growing scientific and technological expertise, and the supportive regulatory environment fostered by the government. We have a golden opportunity to capitalize on these trends and accelerate the development and deployment of innovative solutions that address the pressing healthcare needs of our nation. When the representatives from DST, representatives from CDSU are present here, I would like to make a request that you have seen this institute growing steadily, leaps and bounds, and the amount of young faculty and students are putting effort for Make in India, for completing the Make in India dream of our Prime Minister. We'd like that some sort of support in the form of clinical validation center or testing center, the equipment testing center facility may be provided so that the MedTech development programs, further gets accelerated, because at this point of time, we depend a lot on going to other areas for getting these things lab tested. So once the lab testing is done in-house, we'll be able to accelerate the transformation from the ideas to prototypes to products. I encourage you all, students which have come from outside and the delegates who have come from outside, to take advantage of the unique opportunity from being in AIIMS Jodhpur and see the facilities which we have, the way this MedTech program is growing. And we have the students today also who are involved in this, who are carrying on this program, and they have shown, some of them might have shown the innovative products which they have made in the stalls outside. I also, this is a very good season to visit Jodhpur. I would like the delegates who have come from outside to please do visit the forts and palaces, and also enjoy the mawa pakodi and the marchi vada, the taste of Jodhpuri food. You'll have enough of it, and you will miss it once you go back to your place. With this, I thank you all for being here, and I thank you, the chief guest and the guest of honor, to be part of this inaugural program, and I wish you all the best. Jai Hind.
We thank Dr. G.D. Puri for his inspiring words and for setting the tone for today's discussions. Your insights truly motivate us to push the boundaries of medical innovation. We are very delighted to have the St. Austin Schools who will be presenting a bouquet to our esteemed guests. Can we kindly have them on the stage, please? And can we give them a big hands also?
applause for everyone. Thank you so much. Next, I have the privilege of inviting Professor Avinash Kumar Agarwal, Director, IIT Jodhpur, to deliver his welcome address. Professor Agarwal is an esteemed academician and researcher, globally recognized for his pioneering work in energy systems and sustainable technologies. As the director of IIT Jodhpur, he has been instrumental in driving interdisciplinary research and fostering innovation-driven entrepreneurship. Sir, we are eager to hear your perspective on innovation and technology.
Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvanshi ji, Drug Controller General and Chief Guest of the day. My dear colleague and friend, Dr. G.D. Puri Saab, Director of AIIMS Jodhpur. Dr. Deepak Jha, Professor and Head Department of Neurosurgery at AIIMS Jodhpur. Professor Sushmita Jha, my colleague from IIT Jodhpur. Dr. Manoj Kamal from AIIMS Jodhpur. My dear faculty colleagues from AIIMS, as well as from IIT Jodhpur, friends, students of MedTech program at IIT J and AIIMS, and also the future of this country, my dear students from various schools in the city. It's my pleasure and honor to welcome you to third Indian Conference on MedTech Innovation, which is jointly being organized by AIIMS Jodhpur and IIT Jodhpur. 2 days deliberations have already been done at IIT Jodhpur, and this is the last day, one-day conference at AIIMS Jodhpur. You know, I firmly believe that when it comes to innovation, if you talk to people who think exactly like you will never be able to do innovation. The way and the reason how the innovation can be done is that you need to talk to people who are different than you. When you talk to people different than you, other than who think like you, new ideas emerge. And when you together work on these new ideas, that's when the innovation and the new intellectual property get generated. I think the need for collaboration between medical colleges and engineering institutions is absolutely the critical need of the nation, which we are facing today. As we navigate the complexities of healthcare in 21st century, it has become very, very clear to us that developing medical technologies require an interdisciplinary approach. Doctors do not understand technology that well. Engineers do not understand medical that well. And I think it will happen when we talk to each other, when we understand each other, and we try to speak each other's language, try to understand each other's problems, and this gives us a lot of opportunity. Inability to speak the same language really has led to a disconnect. And this disconnect has led to medical technologies that are often inadequate, ineffective, and unaffordable. And I think this is what we are trying to change in IIT Jodhpur, AIIMS Jodhpur collaboration. Medical professionals may identify clinical needs, but may lack the technical expertise to develop a solution or to resolve those problems. On the other hand, engineers may create technological solutions without a deep understanding of clinical context and what is really required, what is the problem, and how it needs to be solved. However, the results are transformative when medical colleges and engineering institutions collaborate and they understand each other's perspective. By combining the clinical expertise of medical professionals with the technological knowledge of engineers, we can develop medical technologies that are innovative, effective, and affordable, which is absolutely important for a country like ours. The possibilities are completely endless, ranging from prosthetic limbs and portable diagnostic devices to telemedicine platforms to personalized medicine solutions. We are already witnessing the positive impacts of such collaborations in various parts of the world. For instance, when the COVID came, the development of the low-cost ventilator for COVID-19 patients resulted from a teamwork between engineers and medical professionals. And I'm very happy to say that the student who developed was my student. And we could IIT Kanpur could actually develop this low-cost ventilator right from scratch to the prototype in flat 90 days during COVID time when, you know, how difficult it was to get components. Similarly, the creation of affordable prosthetic limbs using 3D printing technology was made possible by interdisciplinary team of engineers, medical experts, and researchers. Our programs in medical technology exemplify this transformative collaboration between AIIMS Jodhpur and IIT Jodhpur. These programs are a unique combination of core subjects, flexible electives, and a year and a half long innovation and entrepreneurship oriented research project. And the best part of this program is immersive internships, which the students do in the beginning of their program. The immersion in IIT Jodhpur, the immersion in in AIIMS Jodhpur, these are the ones where we identify the problems and work on the solutions. This program nurtures the entrepreneurship leading to generation of intellectual property by providing business incubation facilities at TISC IIT Jodhpur along with seed finance through DBT Biodesign fellowships to students on a competitive basis. And as was mentioned, within a short span of 5 years that this program has started, we have successfully generated more than 8 companies in this area, which are basically faculty-led and student-led startups. And we take immense pride in noting that our program was recognized by none other than our honorable and Yashasvi Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, during his dedication of IIT Jodhpur to the nation in 2023. In conclusion, collaboration between medical colleges and engineering institutions is absolutely crucial for developing medical technologies that improve patient outcomes, drive economic growth, and address global healthcare challenges. Let us foster a culture of interdisciplinary collaboration, encourage knowledge sharing, and support innovation. And I'm very happy that there are many students, several hundred students from different schools in the city. And this is a clarion call for them from my side to invest themselves in looking at the solution. Try to be part of a solution team rather than a problem team. Look at, you have got this opportunity to come to IIT, to AIIMS Jodhpur, and you have seen the exhibition outside. Now you can start thinking as to how to solve some of these problems that are existing. Let me tell you, my dear friends, there are immense opportunities available. Don't try to be job seeker. Don't study for getting a job. Try to be a job creator. Go for entrepreneurship. In fact, I jokingly say that I want to close down the placement cell in IIT Jodhpur. Not that I will close, but the whole idea is that each of my students should become a job creator rather than a job seeker. Together we can create a healthier and more equitable world for all. And at the end, I would just like to put my compliments to the entire team, which has put a lot of effort in putting this exemplary conference, the 3rd edition, together. And I would like to specifically mention the leadership shown by Dr. Deepak Kumar Jha, Dr. Manoj Kamal, Dr. Sushmita Jha, Dr. Nikhil Kotari, Dr. Anil Tiwari, Dr. Hardik Kothadia, Dr. Anubhav Gupta, Dr. Siddharth Srivastav, and a large number of student volunteers who work like a solid team behind the scenes to make sure that everything works together, everything falls in place at the right time. So I would like to really put my appreciation to all the efforts of all the team members who have really had sleepless nights in putting this together. Thank you so much. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, Professor Agarwal, for your inspiring words and for highlighting the role of cutting-edge technology in shaping the future of MedTech. I now request Dr. Puri to kindly present our guest of honor with a token of appreciation.
Now I have the distinct honor of inviting our chief guest, Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvanshi, Drug Control General of India, CDSCO, to share his thoughts with us. Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvanshi is a highly respected leader in pharmaceutical regulations and healthcare policy, serving as the Drug Control General of India at the Central Drug Standard Control Organization, CDSCO. With a distinguished career spanning decades, Dr. Raghuvanshi has been instrumental in shaping India's drug and medical device regulatory landscape, ensuring the highest standards of safety, efficacy, and quality. Sir, we are truly privileged to have you with us today, and we eagerly await your insights.
Good morning. Good morning. That's better. So, the universal phenomena throughout the world, we respond when we are asked to respond second time. And that's where we get defeated when it comes to innovation, because innovation has to come immediately. We don't have to tell anybody what to do, otherwise innovations will not come. So let me start with thanking Dr. Puri, a friend, for giving me this opportunity, inviting me to Jodhpur, a beautiful city. Came for the first time. Yesterday we had some time to go around. Indeed a wonderful city. I had heard a lot, but experienced yesterday for the first time. So, respected and other dignitaries on the dais, sitting in the hall, I just wanted to start with letting all of you know that I'm a very proud head of a national regulatory agency of a country which supplies 40% of generic medicines of United States of America, the most developed country in the world. We supply 25% of all the medicines consumed in United Kingdom. I'm very proud to be head of NRA for a country which produces 60% of global vaccine demand. And I'm also very proud because there are many countries especially in Africa, where more than 90% of medicine supplies goes from India. And it's not only me, you all have to be proud of this achievement, because each one of you sitting here has direct or indirect contribution in bringing this country to this level. So I think everybody needs a big hand. And also, let me also give you a very important message on the lighter side. When I entered the hall, in that session, I heard 3 speakers. 2 of them said either regulator is a hurdle or regulatory is a hurdle. So I just wanted to make it very clear that neither regulatory nor regulator is a hurdle. We are actually facilitators. Unfortunately, the mindset we have, including me, the moment somebody says that don't do this or you do this way, we start thinking that now the hurdle comes. And it's a true thing that when we were I am a career scientist from pharmaceutical development side, and most hated community when we were developing, we were actually formulation developers in industry. The most hated community was the regulators who actually used to basically give us the regulatory pathways. And we used to actually get frightened to talk to them that whatever we have done, they are going to say, no, this is not acceptable. And this gets translated now, and I didn't know that I will be regulator one day in the same community which was being hated by me some time back. But I mean, that's fate. But let me again make it very clear that we try to facilitate, and the regulator's job and regulatory's job is, on one hand, to facilitate innovators, developers, to develop a product in a certain way. And there are 2 main advantages why you need regulations. Regulatory system or regulations are not there for strangulating something or slowing down something. The biggest advantage of regulations is that you ensure a quality of the product. We define a boundary within which the product will be acceptable, it will be safe, it will be efficacious, and because of that, it can be used for human or veterinary, whatever purpose we want to use. So regulations ensure quality, and that is the importance why we should, from very beginning, be very cordial, very conversant, very engaged with the regulatory system. And second is, if you do not have regulations, your international acceptability is zero. The international buyers or consumers will not look towards you unless until the product is approved and gone through a regulatory system, well-structured regulatory system, internationally recognized regulatory system. So these are two main reasons why regulatory system is important and why we should be within that boundary which is created by regulatory systems. So as I said, the statistics is huge, and because of this, we have been designated for right reasons as pharmacy of the world. And as a country and as country leadership, we recognize our responsibility towards global public health. In the world, there are so many countries which look towards India for getting either medical supplies or medical technologies or healthcare, any part of the healthcare value chain, they look towards India. And that makes our responsibility much more bigger. It's not only domestic which we are looking at, we are actually servicing the whole world, and that is more important for us. For today, since it's a MedTech event, I also wanted to congratulate the leadership here, Dr. Puri, Dr. Agrawal, for creating this beautiful platform of interaction. As Dr. Agrawal also said, that the innovation will happen at interface. If you see today's world in life sciences and healthcare, the science has become purely interfacial. And whatever new inventions are coming, they are at the interface of two different sciences or three different sciences or maybe multiple more. And that is why creating these kind of platforms is so important, that without this, these innovations will not happen. So we need many more these kind of platforms, and I'm really very happy to see the energy and the way it is being done here, right from students of class 11, 12 to professors. They are all very inquisitive about what to do, how to do, when to do. So that's something very, very interesting and very important. So I just want to touch a bit on the numbers which define our MedTech industry. The medical device industry currently in this country is about 11 billion US dollars. The projection is by 2030 we will be around 50 billion US dollars. So almost 4.5 times more in next 5-6 years. And we need to do more innovations to hit this, because developing generic products may not take us to the level where we want to reach. The medical device industry is an industry which has been regulated recently. Now, for last about 1.5 years, 100% of medical device industry is regulated. You cannot sell a product, distribute a product in this country if it is not approved by regulator. And this is a sort of transition phase where a lot of people who were not, and a lot of industries who were not regulated earlier, they have come to a regulatory regime, and that is why in MedTech we very often hear this issue of hurdle and complexity of regulation. I think the more we engage, the more it becomes clear about the needs and expectations of regulator. I think it will get more and more simplified. The regulation will remain same, but in your mind it will become more and more simple, because you start engaging with the regulator and understand those complexities and how to make it simple. And we have established frameworks through which this engagement can happen. I'll touch upon that in a while. Since we regulated this industry, about 4,000 manufacturing licenses have been issued. And 4,000 licenses in last 2 years is a big number. And this number is growing, which is an indication that the MedTech industry is developing in this country at a right pace and in the right direction. And in addition to about 4,000 manufacturing licenses, we have issued about 9,500 import licenses for medical devices, import and marketing. So huge activity in this whole medical device and med technology domain. And out of this, in medical device, there are two main divisions. One is the IVDs, the in vitro diagnostic part, and the medical device per se. And these two are, from use point of view, are different, but regulation is common. They are all managed through the common regulation. And since it's a sunrise industry for Government of India now, and whatever we did in pharma, and we became pharmacy of the world, I think the same story has to get repeated in the medical device and medical technology domain. And for that, the government is committed and has lots of schemes, as some of them were alluded by Dr. Agrawal from DST, not CDSCO. And there are lots of schemes from Department of Pharmaceuticals, DST, regulatory facilitation from CDSCO to just promote this whole industry so that we actually reach to that level where we today are in the drug side. And as the world looks towards us for drugs, after some time, the hope is that they will look towards us for the medical devices also. And that should be our driver to reach to that level. At regulatory side, in CDSCO, we have a completely separate vertical for medical devices with people having engineering background, from life sciences, from biochemistry, pharma. So a mix of people having different kind of expertise as a separate vertical. And the proposal is to create completely separate vertical with a separate leadership, having the engineering, the required background, and manage it completely separate from the drug side. Currently, there is an overlap, but about 250 positions have been approved by Government of India, and we are in process of hiring these professionals who would actually do dedicated regulatory management for medical devices and medical technology. I think this is a time when I should also touch upon the scheme which we are running along with ICMR under the guidance of NITI Aayog, and most of you would know a scheme called MedTech Mitra. And MedTech Mitra was actually launched in December of 2023, and the purpose was to handhold the medical device startups to understand the valleys of death in the journey of developing a product through startup system. And one of the valleys is also the regulatory complexity, as people say. And we are trying to handhold, explain to the entrepreneurs about the regulatory requirement in advance so that later on it doesn't become a problem. And similarly, ICMR is also addressing other valleys in terms of either clinical trial support, protocol development support, and also the financial support. So this whole scheme has actually generated a lot of So I just wanted to let the gathering know that through this scheme we have Right. So I just wanted to let you know a couple of examples where the devices have actually come to a stage of scale up or launch also, approval to CDSCO coming out of this MedTech Mitra. And you will see the kind of devices which have been developed, they will have huge impact on the society and the whole medical system. And I'm sure here in this collaborative initiative between IIT and AIIMS here, you have a lot of projects which will actually qualify for this initiative. And I would encourage people, if you have not interacted with the MedTech Mitra platform, please come and clear your doubts if you have any, and take the project forward to the stage of commercialization. So, so this is the first product which is basically for sickle cell anemia detection, point of care, and a huge problem which government currently from different sides is trying to solve this problem of sickle cell anemia. And this is going to be part of that whole system where in the beginning when you diagnose at the point of care, point of diagnosis, and then start the journey from there about the treatment and the further support. So this particular company from Bangalore is actually has developed the product through interaction through the MedTech Mitra. Similarly, if you see this one must be very familiar, the process must be, or the use must be very familiar with doctors. This is for wound closure in all kinds of surgical and emergency situation. A company from Pune has developed this and simplified that process and maybe automated it, mechanized it. And I'm sure this is going to help the system a lot. Similarly, this is thermoregulated socks to keep the feet warm, converts heat from feet into energy, thus improving the local microcirculation and faster wound healing. This is a company from Mumbai, also got a lot of advice and hand-holding from MedTech Mitra. This one is a reliable and accessible cardiac function monitor outside traditional hospital setting. And again, company from Dehradun, Uttarakhand, a tier 2 city, but a lot of innovations are happening currently in these tier 2, tier 3 cities also. And they get a lot of support from these platforms like MedTech Mitra. This one is on screening and monitoring of electrolytes in human body fluids. And this company from Mumbai, again, through MedTech Mitra initiative, a lot of support went to them and they are at this verge of commercializing the product. Similarly, there are many more. So in the interest of time, I am not going to go through all of them. But this one is actually instant intracranial bleed detector for traumatic brain injury. So this today, I mean, these kind of scans are possible only if you are in the hospital. In accident cases, you can actually use this for preliminary diagnosis at the site of accident also. So interesting devices in medical device space is actually being developed through this scheme. And I again encourage all of you to, if you have not done, please come. By now, about 400 applications or entrepreneurs actually have interacted with MedTech Mitra. And more than 295 of them have actually got the positive hand-holding support from this whole scheme. I'm also very happy to know, because this course at the interface of life sciences or the medical and engineering being run here is actually very unique, and not many places have started offering this kind of course. I was in IIM Raipur some time back to basically for their first convocation of a similar kind of interfacial course they have started in digital health. And but we need many more of these kind of courses, because the future lies in medical technology, digital health, and knowledge is not available at the scale where it is required, and at the scale it will get converted to mass use. And that is why we need many more of these kind of interfacial courses for people to go through and popularize this whole system. You also have to understand that we are, as Dr. Agrawal also said, we are very strong in technology. One of the probably strongest in the world when it comes to technology side. Institutes like IITs, NITs. We are very strong in the clinical side. World-class hospitals, medical colleges, AIIMS, and many more. And what is required is the amalgamation of the two. And the issue which I have seen in last couple of years when I started interacting with different people from different institutions is more of the sense that I can do it myself. And ultimately they get stuck somewhere at the end, and that whole effort which they have put in developing a technology or a product goes waste. So it's high time that we start recognizing each other's skill and do that collaboration and collaborative development. And as our Prime Minister also says many a times, that unless until we put mission over our ambition, these things doesn't happen. So we have to set aside our personal ambition and put a mission for the country and for the world. And the moment we switch, things started happening automatically. So, I mean, that's very important. And that simple mindset and leadership issue, and I'm sure leaders like Dr. Puri and Dr. Agrawal sitting here are facilitating that shift of mindset. And these signals will travel very fast across the country for many more such collaborations. Today, in terms of the data consumption in the country, we are consuming about 18 billion gigabytes of data, which is one of the highest in the world. And the projection is that by 2028, next 3-4 years, this consumption is going to cross about to a level of 62 billion gigabytes, highest in the world. And this is actually, I'm telling you, because the rural India has also started consuming data. And here comes the advantage and opportunity for the kind of products to be developed at the interface to support the digital health. And without digital health, you have to appreciate one thing, that the kind of country, the expansiveness, the terrains, the physical infrastructure is not available in many parts of the country. So unless until we take support of digital health, we will not be able to translate the ambition of the country's leadership of providing healthcare to everybody. The last mile delivery will come from digital health, at least for some more years. And here, when we see the data consumption trend, it gives a very positive vibe that in the remotest part of the country, there are people who are using data. That means they are actually using internet, and digital health can actually be translated to the last mile, last end of that value chain. Things like telemedicine, things like video conferencing or healthcare through video conferencing, the remote care, all this is possible, and in some corner it is happening today. When I visit many of these kind of conferences and exhibitions, when I see the products which are being developed to help that digital health domain, mind-boggling. Looks like everything can be solved through this. And there comes the role of people like you sitting here to push that agenda for this country and the world. As I said, couple of examples, I am not sure since it has not yet been approved and launched in India. There are products where the technology and the formulation has been combined. There's a product in US which was approved about 6-7 years back, or maybe more, called Abilify, I think this is aripiprazole, where the tablet contains a chip, a blend of technology and formulation to be used by clinicians. And the chip is put in the tablet, patient takes it, and then sends a signal on your app that the dose has been taken. So that for that kind of patients who have the tendency of forgetting taking the medicine, this is something which is helping a lot. And when I extend as a formulation scientist, the possibilities, when you start eating the chip and it is going inside your gut and actually working and sending signals, then your imagination is probably endless. And whatever you imagine, you can actually get in your medicine, in your product. To the extent that today, some impermeable drugs which are not able to cross the gut wall because of the pharmacological properties or physicochemical properties, they can actually be pushed through the wall if you can actually take the chip inside the gut and send the energy from outside, and you start pushing the molecule and cross the gut wall. So endless possibilities. It is just for us to start thinking and using technologies to find a solution. And that is why these collaboration, again saying, are important. Because as clinicians, as medical colleges, you face these problems day in, day out. And as Dr. Agarwal also said, pick any of those problems and you will certainly, for 101%, you will find a solution through technology. Today, it has advanced to that level. Couple of weeks back, somebody approached me for approval of a diagnostic system where they are developing, using biomarkers, the possibility of assessing the recurrence possibility for breast cancer in next 5 years. So today the patient, the tissue is taken, some biomarkers are estimated in that, and then basis that, they can 98% sure, they can say that recurrence will happen or not happen in next 5 years. So there are products where, very interesting diagnostic developments are happening in the world today, and India also. But still we find there are areas where a lot of more has to be done. Point of care diagnosis for today, glucometry has become so common. Nobody is going for blood test for sugar to any pathology lab. But for kidney function, for liver function, we still have to take out blood and send it to the labs. So these are the areas, and these are possible because we have one or the other biomarker for identifying a specific physiological condition. It is just finding out that particular biomarker and converting into a product. For converging the invasive to non-invasive technologies, a couple of years back, I came across a company in Bombay which was trying to develop tests which for every disease, the identification is not through blood but through urine. Completely non-invasive, and their thinking was that any corner of the country, urine is actually soaked in a filter paper, dried, and shipped to a central lab, and there they will extract these biomarkers and estimate, and then the results will come. So a lot of interesting things are happening to support this whole healthcare system, and I'm sure all these thinkings would be converted into a product. We have a very simple way as a regulator to engage. We have a PRO system where you can write, you can personally go there, you can write mails. The mail IDs are there on our portal, CDSU portal. I personally meet twice a week without appointment, walk-in meeting model, where a lot of medical device company and small startup companies come to clear their doubts. You can write mails to my ID, dci@nic.in, and the facilitation happens. So don't hesitate in approaching regulator as early as possible and get that clarity which is required. At the end, just a word of caution, because we have seen our experience with drug side. The industry grew so much, about 10,000 plus manufacturers in this country, and managing the quality of the medicines becomes little difficult given our background and given our driver for developing medicines or drugs or products for healthcare being the profitability. Unfortunately, for many companies, the driver still is profitability. Whereas in healthcare, the driver has to be the service, not the profitability. Profitability follows if you develop your product at the core, keeping in mind service to patient. And in drug side, we have experienced, and currently we are struggling to solve that problem of quality. Lots of doctors between yesterday and today, they were talking about quality issues. You must be reading in press also. That should not happen in medical device industry. If we have learned something from drug side, we should create systems of avoiding those downsides of fast growing industry. Because that creates a impression, a global branding, either positive or negative, which impacts the whole country's brand and the trade value which we generate, which ultimately translates to the patient care. So you being a very important part of the supply chain, global healthcare supply chain, you have to be very careful when you develop, when you use products. And don't hesitate to raise flag if you see slightest of quality issues. That will help the regulator, that will help this country in combating this menace of low quality products. So when you are developing products in medical device domain, please keep this in mind that service should be core, not profitability. When you do collaboration with industry to take your product at a scale and commercialize, keep this in as part of the negotiation. And second, whenever you find a issue, a product with issue, immediately raise flag and communicate with regulator. And you might get some frustrations in the system because of the large size of the regulatory system. But if you write to CDSCO, I can ensure that we respond and we take action. Immediate action nowadays is being taken. And strong signals are being sent across the industry that we mean business and we mean quality. So these were the two requests I had. And at the end, I would just say that looking at the way things are moving in this country, looking at the energy in this hall and this whole ecosystem, I think we are moving in the right direction. There is a huge potential going forward. And I'm very sure that next 5-10 years, this 11 billion, today we are net importers for medical devices. About 80% medical devices are being imported in this country. But all these strategies and policies are being formulated, and some of them are in place, where we reverse this whole trend and become net exporter for medical devices also, like in case of drugs. And as a regulator, we have started approving most advanced medical devices. For example, we have approved, we call SAMDs, the software as medical devices. We have approved the cellular therapies like CAR-Ts. So as the products are being developed, new technologies are coming, regulator is also upgrading and parallelly understanding these new technologies and approving the products. So I think we are at a very interesting juncture as a country, and we are sure that we will reach to the top again in medical device and medical technology sector. With this, I'll end it here. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insights and for emphasizing the crucial role of digital health merging into national MedTech village. Your visionary leadership surely inspires and guides us in our mission to Dr. AIIMS Jodhpur and Director IIT Jodhpur to present a token of appreciation to our chief guest as a gesture of our gratitude and respect. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a moment to reflect on the incredible journey of IIT Jodhpur and its advanced technological and entrepreneurial ecosystem. From pioneering research to groundbreaking innovations, IIT Jodhpur has consistently pushed the boundaries of excellence. Here's a video showcasing our progress, impact, and vision for the future.
अपनी गौरवशाली अतीत और रंग बिरंगी संस्कृति से लोगों को संबोधित करता भारत का सबसे जीवंत राज्य राजस्थान शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में भर रहा है ऊंची उड़ान। यहां स्थित आईआईटी जोधपुर देश में स्थित बेस्ट प्लांट टेक्निकल इंस्टीट्यूट कैंपस में से एक है। ये देश विदेश के लिए सस्टेनेबिलिटी विद नेट जीरो स्ट्रैटेजीज फॉर एनर्जी वाटर एंड वेस्ट का है बेहतरीन एग्जाम्पल। साथ ही केंद्र सरकार के ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन मिशन को बढ़ावा देने के लिए ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन प्रोडक्शन को अधिक प्रभावी बनाने पर दिया है जोर। इसने रिसर्च एंड इनोवेशन इनिशिएटिव द्वारा बनाई है अपनी अलग पहचान और 21वीं सदी की आवश्यकताओं के अनुसार विश्व स्तरीय शिक्षा प्रदान करने में दे रहा है योगदान। 852 एकड़ क्षेत्र में फैला फ्यूचर ड्रिवन इंस्टीट्यूट नर्चरिंग एक्सीलेंस ऑफ थॉट आईआईटी जोधपुर ट्रांसफॉर्मेशनल टेक्नोलॉजीज और मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी अप्रोच के साथ सोसाइटल चैलेंजेस एंड एस्पिरेशंस को ध्यान में रखकर 2047 के विकसित भारत के निर्माण में जुटा हुआ है। आईआईटी जोधपुर द्वारा छात्रों की सुविधा के अनुसार एनईपी 2020 में शामिल सभी विशेषताओं को लागू किया गया है। यहाँ छात्रों को मिल रहा है मल्टीपल एग्जिट एंड मल्टीपल एंट्री, फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी इन करिकुलम, मैंडेटरी सोशल कनेक्ट प्रोग्राम और इकोसिस्टम ऑफ डेवलपिंग स्किल्स फॉर इनोवेशन एंड एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप। अपने वर्ल्ड क्लास इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के साथ आईआईटी जोधपुर में वर्ष 2023 में 4000 यूजी और पीजी छात्रों के प्रवेश का आंकड़ा पार कर लिया है। IIT जोधपुर भारत सरकार के कई मंत्रालयों और विभागों के साथ कई महत्वपूर्ण प्रोजेक्ट्स में कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर काम कर रहा है। साथ ही देश और विदेश की इंडस्ट्री के साथ भी है इसके मजबूत संबंध। इसके अलावा IIT जोधपुर MSME और स्थानीय उद्योग के साथ मिलकर काम कर रहा है और इस क्षेत्र के इंडस्ट्रियल ग्रोथ को दे रहा है नई ऊंचाई। साथ ही पारंपरिक हस्तशिल्प में विज्ञान और प्रौद्योगिकी के समावेश पर बल देकर ये शिल्पकारों के लिए भी खोल रहा है आजीविका की राहें। देश की अभूतपूर्व प्रगति को और भी रफ्तार दे रहा है IIT जोधपुर।
Ladies and gentlemen, students and teachers, we are excited to announce a photo session with our esteemed guests. We'd like to invite each school to join us for a group photo, starting with St. Austin Schools first. Let's have your students and teachers gather here for a photo session with our guests.
खुदा से मेरी मुश्किलें बड़ी हैं, ये मत कहो खुदा से मेरी मुश्किलें बड़ी हैं, ये मुश्किलों से कह दो मेरा खुदा बड़ा है। आती है आंधियाँ तो कर उनका खैर मकदम, आती है खुदा से मेरी मुश्किलें बड़ी हैं, ये मुश्किलों से कह दो मेरा खुदा बड़ा है, मेरा खुदा बड़ा है, मेरा खुदा बड़ा है।
Next, we have DPS Pal Road. Okay, we have the second batch of St. Austin School.
वो सर्व शक्तियों से जब साथ है हमारे,
Next up on queue will be DPS Pal Road School.
जब साथ है हमारे, हर कहो खुदा से मेरी मुश्किलें बड़ी हैं, ये मत कहो खुदा से मेरी मुश्किलें बड़ी हैं, ये मुश्किलों से कह दो मेरा खुदा बड़ा है। आती है आंधियाँ तो कर उनका खैर मकदम, आती है आंधियाँ तो कर उनका खैर मकदम, तूफान से ही तो लड़ने खुदा ने तुझे गढ़ा है। ये मत कहो खुदा से मेरी मुश्किलें बड़ी हैं, ये मुश्किलों से कह दो मेरा खुदा बड़ा है, मेरा खुदा बड़ा है, मेरा खुदा बड़ा है।
Next, we announce the students and teachers of EPS Pal Road School to kindly join us for the photo session.
है और भी निखरता अग्नि में तप के सोना, है और भी निखरता दुर्गम को पार करके हिमालय कोई चढ़ाए, लाएगी रंग मेहनत आखिर तुम्हारी एक दिन, लाएगी रंग मेहनत आखिर तुम्हारी एक दिन, होगा विशाल तरुवर वो बीज जो पड़ा है। ये मत कहो खुदा से मेरी मुश्किलें बड़ी हैं, ये मुश्किलों से कह दो मेरा खुदा बड़ा है, मेरा खुदा बड़ा है, मेरा खुदा बड़ा है। वो सर्व शक्तियों से जब साथ है हमारे, वो सर्व शक्तियों से जब साथ है हमारे, हर काम उसके रहते हरगिज़ हुआ पड़ा है। कभी हारना ना, हिम्मत का कदम
Next, we
बढ़ाओ,
request
कभी
EPS Sikargarh School
हारना
to kindly come onto the stage for the photo session.
हजारों कदम बढ़ाने वो सामने खड़ा है। ये मत कहो खुदा से मेरी मुश्किलें बड़ी हैं, ये मुश्किलों से कह दो मेरा खुदा बड़ा है, ये मुश्किलों से कह दो मेरा खुदा, मेरा खुदा बड़ा है, मेरा खुदा बड़ा है। ये मत कहो खुदा से मेरी मुश्किलें बड़ी हैं, ये मत कहो खुदा से मेरी मुश्किलें बड़ी हैं,
We would ask
ये मुश्किलों
EPS
से
Pali Road School to be next on the queue, please.
मेरा खुदा बड़ा है। आती है आंधियाँ तो कर उनका खैर मकदम, आती है आंधियाँ तो कर उनका खैर से कह दो मेरा खुदा बड़ा है, मेरा खुदा बड़ा है, मेरा खुदा बड़ा है।
Next, we have DPS Pali Road School, please.
अग्नि में तप के सोना है और भी निखरता, अग्नि में तप के सोना है और भी निखरता, दुर्गम को पार करके हिमालय कोई चढ़ाए, लाएगी रंग मेहनत आखिर तुम्हारी एक दिन, लाएगी रंग मेहनत आखिर तुम्हारी एक दिन, होगा विशाल तरुवर वो बीज जो पड़ा है। ये मत कहो खुदा से मेरी मुश्किलें बड़ी हैं, ये मुश्किलों से कह दो मेरा खुदा बड़ा है, मेरा खुदा बड़ा है, मेरा खुदा बड़ा है।
We would request Galaxy Public School to be on the queue up next.
जब साथ है हमारे वो सर्व शक्तियों से, जब साथ है हमारे हर काम उसके रहते, हरगिज़ हुआ पड़ा है, कभी हारना ना, हिम्मत का कदम बढ़ाओ, कभी हारना ना, हिम्मत का कदम बढ़ाओ, हजारों कदम बढ़ाने वो सामने खड़ा है। ये मत कहो खुदा से मेरी मुश्किलें बड़ी हैं, ये मुश्किलों से कह दो मेरा खुदा बड़ा है, ये मुश्किलों से कह दो मेरा खुदा बड़ा। ये मत कहो खुदा से मेरी मुश्किलें बड़ी हैं, ये मत कहो खुदा से मेरी मुश्किलें बड़ी हैं, ये मुश्किलों से कह दो मेरा खुदा
Next, we
बड़ा
request
है।
the students and teachers of Galaxy Public School to come onto the stage.
कर उनका खैर मकदम आती है आने या तो, कर उनका खैर मकदम तूफान से ही तो लड़ने खुदा ने तुझे गढ़ा है। ये मत कहो खुदा से मेरी मुश्किलें बड़ी हैं, ये मुश्किलों से कह दो मेरा खुदा बड़ा है, मेरा खुदा बड़ा है, मेरा खुदा बड़ा है। जो पड़ा है। ये मत कहो खुदा से मेरी मुश्किलें बड़ी हैं, ये मुश्किलों से कह दो मेरा खुदा बड़ा है, मेरा खुदा बड़ा है, मेरा खुदा बड़ा है।
Next, we request Happy Hour School to kindly be ready for the photo.
वो सर्व शक्तियों से जब साथ है हमारे,
We request students and teachers from Happy Hour Schools to kindly come up to the stage for the photo.
जब साथ है हमारे, हर काम उसके रहते हरगिज़ हुआ पड़ा है। कभी हारना ना, हिम्मत का कदम बढ़ाओ, कभी हारना ना, हिम्मत का कदम बढ़ाओ। हजारों कदम बढ़ाने वो सामने खड़ा है। ये मत कहो खुदा से मेरी मुश्किलें बड़ी हैं, ये मुश्किलों से कह दो मेरा खुदा बड़ा है, ये मुश्किलों से कह दो मेरा खुदा बड़ा है, मेरा खुदा बड़ा है, मेरा खुदा बड़ा है। ये मत कहो खुदा से मेरी मुश्किलें बड़ी हैं, ये मत कहो खुदा से मेरी मुश्किलें बड़ी हैं, ये मुश्किलों से कह दो मेरा खुदा बड़ा है। आती है आंधियाँ तो कर उनका खैर मकदम, आती है आंधियाँ तो कर उनका खैर मकदम। तूफान से ही तो लड़ने खुदा ने तुझे गढ़ा है। Santa Claus is coming along, riding on a sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Santa Claus is coming along, riding on a sleigh. La la la, la la la, la 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 la. आओ तुम्हें चांद पे ले जाएं, प्यार भरे सपने सजाएं, छोटा सा बंगला बनाएं, एक नई दुनिया बसाएं। ओ
we have the third batch of Happy Hour School.
जब साथ है हमारे वो सर्व शक्तियों से, जब साथ है हमारे हर काम उसके रहते, हरगिज़ हुआ पड़ा है.
Next, we request Vyas Medical College and Jeet Medical College students and teachers to be kindly queued up for the next photo session. So, due to some time constraint, we will have the photo sessions of next. Next, I warmly invite Dr. Deepak Kumar Jha to deliver the vote of thanks.
To all the students who had, अच्छा इनका फोटोग्राफ लास्ट सेशन में लास्ट बैच बचा हुआ है 20 का, ठीक है आ जाओ, लास्ट 20 बैच लास्ट ही है ना. इधर बैठ जा. So we thank you all the students who had come from different schools because they are the future. So Dr. Rajiv, Dr. Anita and Dr. Ravi, and many faculty members and industry representatives who have come from outside Jodhpur. We thank them a lot because they have and they will be sharing their experience and inputs about innovations, and hope all of us will be benefited by that. So with the help of Dr. Avinash and Dr. Puri's guidance, Dr. Anubhav and Dr. Manoj from AIIMS Jodhpur, Dr. Siddharth and Dr. Susmita from IIT Jodhpur, they were the power workers, and they got everything was executed with the help of these students who are standing behind here, and at IIT Jodhpur they were standing on the right side of the stage. So they were the main executors. So we thank them a lot. And these people, audio-visual people here and at IIT Jodhpur, in addition to the administrative staffs, guards and all support staffs, they have made everything smoothly which are going on and will be going on till the evening. I wish you all the best for nice academic, innovative interactions with all the speakers and people. Wish you all the best. Thank you. Jai Hind.
I now request everyone to rise for the national anthem.
Thank you, everyone. We are now taking a short tea break. I invite you all to explore the exhibition and poster presentations in the foyer area. Please enjoy your tea, and we will reconvene after 15 minutes. I also request the participants of Avinya to kindly proceed towards the lecture hall.
The patent process in MedTech, steps, challenges, and strategies. I now call upon Mr. Amit Jain to deliver his talk.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. So, topic of today's session is patent process in MedTech, steps, challenges, and strategies. So basically, I'll try to cover what are the steps that can be taken while innovating any new technology and how you can protect that technology. What is intellectual property rights? The intellectual property rights refers to any idea or a mind or a creation. It's basically a technical solution to a technical problem. So for an example, in the medtech industries, if you find some technical problem while working or during surgery, so some equipment is not as much perfect which it should be. So if you are doing this surgery, you recognize that that can be modified to make this improvement. So definitely you can file a patent application or you can protect this innovation in your name. There are some general concepts about the IP rights. So it's intellectual property rights, whether these are tangible or intangible rights. These are the intangible rights, but it can be treated like a tangible property. For an example, it can be owned like a real property. Once you file the patent application and the patent office approves the same, yes, your claim that you have claimed on the invention is valid. So patent office gives you a patent certificate. After filing the application, you'll receive the patent certificate. So patent certificate certifies that you have invented something novel and you own the right on that innovation for 20 years subject to payments of annuity payments. So once you have the patent, you have to pay the annuities every year. Accumulatively, you can pay the annuities as well. It can be used by the owners, or the owner can rent it out or give it as a license to the third party to manufacture it. So it could be like a exclusive license, or it could be a part-wise license. So exclusive license, you can sold it like a normal property to the third person so that they become the owner of the property and they can use it as per their requirements. And if somebody infringes your technology, for an example, you are not manufacturing that particular technology so far, but you came across that someone is manufacturing the similar technology, so you can either go to him or ask him stop manufacturing the same, or you can go with the negotiation of the license that I would like to give the license of my innovation or my patent to you so that you can manufacture freely. This is the patent or IPR protection lifecycle creation. So as DBT biodesign process also mentioned that identify, invent and implement. So identify is basically identification of a technical problem or the problem for which you can provide a solution. And invent is basically a solution that you are going to give to the society. And implementation is the manufacturing of that particular product or the process. Where we lies in that between the inventive part, the invent. Once you develop the invention, so do discuss with your IPR cell or the IPR committee which you have in your institutes, because nowadays every institute has their IPR cell or the IPR committee. So go to them, discuss the idea which you have in your mind, and and have a brainstorming session with the IPR persons. Or if you have any other IPR professional in touch with you, you can discuss the same idea with them so that they can guide you. Yes, it has a potential of being patentable subject matter, and accordingly do the research and do test results, clinical or the lab results, then file a patent application with the patent office. So one thing needs to be remembered here, before disclosing the idea to any third person or to the society, you need to protect that idea or to protect your invention first. First, file the patent application, then discuss it or disclose it to the third person. Once you protect it, exploit it. So do the commercialization of the same, and if somebody else is using your invention, you can go and stop him from infringing your invention or infringing your patent rights. There are several types of patent IP rights in India. One is the patent that we heard. The patent is basically deals with the invention, the technical invention. It covers devices, systems, and the method and process as well. But one thing which is very important with respect to the audience, the surgical method, like how the doctors perform the surgery, is that patentable? No, this is not patentable in India. The industrial design, the design of the product, aesthetic appearance of the product, that can be protected under the industrial design. Trademarks that we have known, the company which is well known by the well known by their name is called trademark. The Apple, Samsung, AIIMS, these are the trademarks. The plant variety protection, this is specifically with respect to the plant seeds. The companies are modifying the plant seeds so that they can increase the yield of the production. Geographical indications are basically which indicates the origin of the product. So we must have heard about Kolhapuri chappals. So Rasgulla is originated. There was a fight between the West Bengal and the Odisha. So whether the Rasgulla was originated from Odisha or from West Bengal. So finally, court decided that it was originated from West Bengal. The trade secret as such It is not a protection. So this is a secret if you can keep it. But nowadays, reverse engineering is so advanced that if you launch some product or a process or a product manufactured by a specialized process, the person can do the reverse engineering and they can identify which type of components you have used, which type of composition you have used in the product. But there is a very famous trade secret that has been kept secret so far is the Coca-Cola recipe. So nobody knows like what is the actual ingredients of the Coca-Cola. So we have seen there are other beverages companies who tries to manufacture the similar type of drink, but they couldn't do it. The last one is the copyright. The copyright is anything which you create. It could be a literary work, it could be a song, it could be a painting, it could be software codes which you write for the programming of the AI tools or the AI processing. So these are all covered in the copyright protection. But normally what we have seen in the industry, the professors and the faculty staff, generally they consider that whatever they are doing, that falls under the Copyright Protection Act, not in the Patent Act. Because protection and its limits in the copyright protection is very limited in comparison to the patents. So patents in and all covers the technology. They are just doing the IP and running their business. So Motorola, we had heard that Motorola was manufacturing mobile phones. Nowadays, they are not manufacturing mobile phones, but they have a very big pool of patents so that they are trading in the patents with the Google or other mobile manufacturers. So their patent rights comes under the standard essential patents. So these are the patents which are necessary and required for any mobile manufacturer to implement or to use the 4G, 5G or LTE technologies. Access or raise finance for your business. So if you are going to some investors, definitely if you have some IP protection means you have potential, that because your IP can be traded or it can provide an add-on value to your total balance sheet of your company. So it helps you to increase the finance or money from the investors. Enhance the export opportunities for your business. Market your business products and services. So what is patent? The statutory right for invention granted for a limited period, right of patentee. So once you file the patent application, from the date of application, you'll get 20 years for the date of 20 years as of protection. So once filed, and patent office will examine the application, and once it is examined, you will get the protection. The patent certificate means the patent office has accepted your invention as a as per the Indian Patent Act. So what are the duties of the applicant or the patentee while filing the application? They should disclose the invention fully in their public disclosure, in their patent application. They should not hide something because there is a requirement of enablement in the Patent Act. So enablement means if some person skilled in the art tries to implement or tries to manufacture the same invention after reading your patent application, they should do it without too much integrities or too much experiments. But the right is right to exclude. It's normally you must have heard that patent rights are called negative rights. Why negative rights? Once you file the patent application and after getting the grant, you have a patent IP right available with you. But does this right gives you any value until you exploit the same? So if either you can do the IP commercialization of your product, or if somebody is manufacturing or using your invention, you can go and stop them and ask for the infringement. You can go for the infringement suit, or you can go into the license agreement with the infringer. So it will give you the monetary benefits. There are some effects about the patent, because most of the faculty members think that once they file the application in India, and they heard that if we file the application in WIPO, the PCT, Patent Corporation Treaty. So they have an international patent. So as such, the PCT, because IP rights are territorial rights. Once you file the application, patent application in India, it is valid to India only. So if you want to extend your rights to US or any other country, you have to file the application in that country as well. So there are two routes available through which you can enter into the different jurisdictions. One is the Paris Convention route, which is very old route, and second one is the PCT route, Patent Corporation Treaty route. So under the Paris Convention route, you need to file your application within 12 months from the date of filing in India to any other outside jurisdiction. But with the PCT route, you will get 31 months to file the application outside India. But first, you have to file the application with the PCT, which is again within 12 months from the date of filing in India. There, again, once you have idea or prototype available with you, but still you are pending with the clinical results or the lab experiment results, there are two options available with you. So one is the provisional specification. Normally, it is suggested when the complete write-up about the invention or complete know-how process of the invention is not available with the inventors. So they can file a provisional application so that they can protect the date. But once the date is protected, they can go to the investors or they can go to the several committees or vendors to discuss their ideas so that they can generate the money to do the further development. So before doing
Mr. Jain, can
the
you please
discussion-
conclude?
Sorry?
We are running short of time. Can you please conclude?
Sure, sir. Sure, sir. So, this is the patent procedure. Normally, once you have an idea in your mind, file the patent application with the patent office. You have your IPR committees, IPR cell, incubator centers, DST. So you can approach any of the party to know the further process of your application. And once you file the application, within 31 months, you have to file the request for examination for your application so that patent office can examine your application. Earlier, it was 48 months. Now they have reduced it to do 31 months. So once you file the request for examination, then only patent office will accept the application for examination and do the further prosecution of your application. And there are ways, because I heard that patent office normally takes 3 to 7 years, 3 to 8 years, or 2 to 5 years to do the prosecution or to provide the grant of a patent application. There are ways from which you can expedite the process. So there are, once you have application ready with you, you can have a consultation with your IP coordinator so that they can guide you how to expedite the process of getting the grant of a patent application. Normally it takes around 12 to 15 months if you go by the patent expedite procedure. So the request for examination, as I mentioned, we can adopt, these are the options available through which you can file a request for expedited examination. The startup, small entity, if applicant is a female, the applicant is a department of government or government establishments, educational institutes. The design protection is look and feel, aesthetic appearance of the product. You can, so Dr. Sif Soni mentioned of their invention that they have filed a patent application for the same, but I believe there is a potential of a design protection as well. They should go for that as well. The copyright, whatever you write, whatever you think, song, movie, painting, they can be filed in a copyright protection. Trademark is the logo or name of your company or name of your brand. So this is the knowledge economy, the institutional structure, skilled labor and good education, innovation system, access to the ICT infrastructure. So here the innovation theme of the MedTech industry comes. The innovation in the MedTech basically stands on these 4 pillars: the improved safety, enhance efficacy, increase accessibility, and optimize efficiency. So if you adopt all these 4 parameters and consider any one of these parameters to proceed with your innovation, definitely you can get a patent protection of the same. This is the MedTech industry in India. So as Dr. Raghuvanshi mentioned, so currently we are at the level of 12 billion USD dollars. So it is projected that by 2030 will be $50 billion, and by 2047, which we have considered as a developed country status, so it is projected that by that time the MedTech industry would be $250 billion. So they are the few examples of these startups who are doing good in India. The Augusta, we here, and this is the patent trends in MedTech. So this is from 2011 to 2021. So you can see the China has filed 60,263 patent applications in a year. After that, US has filed, then there are several other countries, and at the last, we India, which has filed 402 application in the MedTech industry. So we need, this is because of the unawareness about the IP. So DST and other government organizations, BIRAC, ICMR, they are doing a lot of efforts to create the IPR awareness, so that whenever you do some solution, even the PhD, while you are doing your DM and the PhD, so if you are developing something, you're doing research on some particular products, so definitely do a discussion of the same with your IPR cell or the IPR committee, so that while submitting the thesis, you can file a patent application as well. Because in some of the IITs, the government has asked the IITs to file a patent application along with their PhD thesis as well. So these are the government initiatives for the medical device sector. So national policy on R&D innovation, pharma and medtech, PrEP, production link scheme incentives, medical device parks, NMDP, NRF bill, and MedTech Mitra, which Dr. Raghuvanshi mentioned. So these are some government organizations which helps the innovators to protect their rights. Kapila, NRDC, schemes for the startups, MSME innovatives, Gujarat. So this is the last example of the IP. Notel was the bankrupt company because they filed a bankruptcy with the bank with the government that they cannot produce products and they are going into the bankruptcy. When they try to sold their IP rights, the patent rights, which initially valued around $900 million, but finally when they auctioned their IP rights, the patent right, it went up to $4.5 billion. So IP is again one of the asset to your company, and it creates and gives value to your company and makes you stand alone apart from the crowd of other startups and medtech industries. Any questions, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Jain. I think we are running short of time, so maybe no time for questions. We can keep them later for lunchtime.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, please. Okay. Please give the mic.
Copyright is basically like a book. If you write a book, so the text which you have written in the book, it falls under the copyright protection. But if you want to protect the logo or a brand of your company name, that can be protected into the trademark. So if you make something just normal, it becomes copyright protection. But if you file the logo or a name of your company under the Trademark Act, then only it will become a trademark protection. So anything which you develop falls under the copyright protection. Then you have to specifically divide the protection. For an example, if you develop something new industrial design, but you haven't filed a design protection of the same, but you can go ahead and do the manufacturing in the industry of the same particular design. So the copyright protection lies with that design, but up to 50 products. So once you cross the limit of 50 products, your copyright protection will remove. So you will not have copyright protection, you will not have any design protection over the same. So whatever you develop, that comes into the copyright. Then you have to divide under which protection you want to protect the same, the patents, the trademark, design, and the copyright. So sometimes happen that we have developed something and how to secure the date of the copyright. So you can do one thing. Earlier we used to tell them to the audience, just write whatever you have invented in terms of copyright, post it to yourself. So you'll secure a date that this is my date on which I have written this particular document. Nowadays you have email addresses, so you can send an email to yourself just to prove the date. Yes, on this date I have developed this particular literary work or a song work. And if you are advanced and you want to obtain a protection from the government, so you can also file a copyright application with the patent office so that they can issue a copyright registration certificate with you to you. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
With this, we move on to our next presentation. It's an honor to invite Professor Joseph L. Matthew, who is Professor and Head of Pediatric Pulmonology at PGI Chandigarh. He's also the coordinator for DST Biomedical Instruments and Devices Hub. He's the PI for ICMR Advanced Center for Evidence-Based Child Health, and also the chair for IAP NRC Evidence-Based Guideline Development Group. His topic for today's talk is Biomedical Innovation in India, Learning from Failures. I'm sure his experiences will be a boon for the budding innovators here.
Thank you very much, madam. Good afternoon, sir, and all colleagues. So, I wanted to talk a little bit about learning from failures. The reason is, in conferences and meetings like this and exhibitions, we generally see the success stories, which are very good. We learn a lot from them. But sometimes we can also learn from things which have not really succeeded. My first challenging question is, so many innovations we saw during COVID. Everybody was designing ventilators and this and that. Where are they all now? Are your hospitals using these routinely? Why don't we see all those gadgets in routine use anymore? And the question is, why not? And the reason for that, one of the reasons I think, is because we sometimes mistakenly assume that Jugaad and innovation mean the same thing. And there is this beautiful book also which has been called Jugaad Innovation. But Jugaad and innovation are entirely two different things. Jugaad is a low-level improvisation, improvement, shortcutting of a certain procedure or way of doing things. It has almost nothing to do with innovation. So any kind of thing which we are trying to do, which is in the realm of Jugaad and not really innovation, especially in healthcare, is doomed to failure from the word go itself. It'll look nice, it'll generate some publications, it'll probably win you an award or two. It is not going to enter into the healthcare system for routine use because the pathway for that is slightly different. So this is lesson number one. Don't equate innovation with Jugaad. Lesson number two. The usual paradigm of innovation which you will see outside in the exhibition and which you'll also see in the vast ecosystem of our country today is that there is an innovator sitting usually in a technology institution, engineering institutions and all that, or in an industry somewhere. They produce something like a prototype, then they try to approach the clinical world and say, please, here I've invented something, please take it and use it. Or they push it into the market, and from the market it is tried to come into healthcare. And both these routes generally fail. And the reason is very simple. The reason is that the lesson number two which I'm giving is that biomedical innovation and that which is related to healthcare has to start and end with the end user. And who is the end user in healthcare? The end user in healthcare is either a healthcare professional, doctor, nurse, physiotherapist, pharmacist, whatever it is, or the recipient of that healthcare, which is a patient in the context of a clinical setting, or in the context of public health, it is the general public and things like that. What often happens is that this end user is not considered anywhere in the innovation paradigm. Somebody sitting in an engineering institution has thought of an idea, produced something, without fully understanding what is needed and things like that. And so that innovation does not enter the healthcare sector. Why is this end user important and what is the role of this end user? If you look at these points, it's easy to understand. Identifying a healthcare need for which a technology solution is required, this is the primary work of the end user. Because otherwise what will happen, somebody will produce something and then you will sit and figure out where to use this. The problem has to flow into the need, and the need has to result into a solution. So from problem to solution. We can't have it the other way around, that here is a solution, please find a need where it can be applied, and if there is none, then you create one. Second role of the end user is to define that healthcare need. So there is a need. We all know there are a lot of healthcare needs, but how do you define it in terms of a technology solution? That definition requires what is called developing healthcare specs of which we expect the technology solution to provide. Not the technical specs, the healthcare specs. So for example, somebody designing a ventilator says, I want air to go into the lungs, come out of the lungs without creating this problem and so on and so forth. Those are healthcare specs. It is only when the healthcare specs are laid down on paper that a technologist can be helped or assisted to convert those healthcare specs into technical specs. So the healthcare specs, like we need air to go in and out, will then get converted into flow and pressure and this and that and things like that. The fifth thing is, once the technology solution is produced, which meets the technical specifications intended out of it, then only the end user can confirm whether it's also meeting the healthcare specifications. No point in having a technology which meets certain tech specs, but where the healthcare specs are not being met at all. And the sixth and seventh are related because the end user then has to explore whether the technology solution can be used in the healthcare setting. And there is a big gap between a technology solution which works very well in the lab in a demonstration kind of a fashion versus what it will do when you actually drive it in the real world scenario of a healthcare setting. And the simple example is you take a nice car which is manufactured and you test it under test conditions, it might perform excellently. You put it on the roads in India with potholes and everything, it might not perform in the same way. The last role of the end user is to explore whether the innovation actually works in the healthcare setting. The potential to work in a healthcare setting does not mean that it will actually work, and that requires again the end users to look at. So any kind of an innovation which is originating outside of the end user's domain will need to take the end user into confidence to get these kind of things and then be on the path to success. Finally, the most important perspective that an end user can bring is the focus on safety. In the context of healthcare, the safety has to be for the recipient, patient, public health, and so on and so forth, and also the provider of that healthcare. So usually these innovations which are developed in labs, industry and all that, they focus on the efficacy. Does it work? And if it does work, is it electrically safe, electromagnetically safe, will it give shock and all that? Those things are taken care of at the lab level, but safety to the end user is usually ignored and neglected, and that is paramount because no regulator is going to allow it to get into the system otherwise. Lesson number 3, nothing in terms of healthcare innovation should be allowed to get into the healthcare system without appropriate clinical testing and clinical validation. You heard these two phrases in the morning. So clinical testing is not, Doctor Saab, I have made this, isko 10-20 patients mein aap laga ke dekh lijiye and chal gaya, so that is clinical testing. So clinical testing is a discipline which is under the aegis of an ethics committee. There are procedures and standard formats to be followed, wherein the team that is doing it tries to show that the product actually works and is safe. That is clinical testing. Clinical validation is one step further, wherein if a clinically tested product is available, then the validators are trying to do their best to show that the technology does not work. So you understand? So if the inventor is involved in the clinical testing, he's naturally going to try and show that it actually works. But clinical validation has to be done by an external group of people who have no stake in that technology, and they will do their best to show that it does not work or is inferior to the available solution, and if it still passes, then it's clinically validated. Now, some observations and experiences which I wanted to share for the new innovators here. We were designing this thing called the artificial breathing capability device about 7-8 years back, pre-COVID, with this nice acronym called ABCD. So we disclosed this idea in a meeting like this of so-called brother innovators and we declared it and things like that. And somebody listened very carefully. At the end, he disappeared and went off back to his institution. And in 2 years' time, he came and said, look, I have produced this device without having any discussion. Another thing which happened is the name got disclosed in a newspaper clipping, which was covering the event. And so therefore, when it went to patent with this name, that newspaper cutting came out and it said, this is not novel anymore because the name has been already disclosed. I'll give you the learning lessons from this in the next slide. Another colleague was designing what is called a pupillometer, worked very hard under Dr. Puri's direction in PGI, worked with an engineer, and they were working together and getting this device nicely developed. And when this thing reached a certain stage, it also happened to coincide with the time of promotion of that engineer from the level of associate professor to professor. So to enhance his possibility of getting that promotion, he splashed this information in the newspapers and on the institution website that my institution has helped the PGI to develop this novel technology and all that. And that killed any chance of that device going for a patent, and that killed the chance of any kind of intellectual property being generated on it, so it could never be commercialized. The lessons I'm trying to give from all this is, when you choose collaborators, for those who are in the end user side, which is in AIIMS Jodhpur, when you choose your collaborator, choose very carefully. Today, what's happening in the innovation ecosystem is money has been pumped into the technology institutions. DST has liberally funded the IITs and all the engineering institutions. ICMR, which is on the health side, has also gone and funded those institutions. Now, those people are producing stuff and looking for clinical partners. Please join with me. I will do this and I will do that. And if you look at the profile of these institutions, you'll find the same 3 or 4 people dabbling with multiple technologies. So when you choose your partners, don't go by the name and fame of this thing. See whether the goals are identical and whether the partnership is actually going to be fruitful. So sometimes I joke that choosing collaborators is almost like choosing a marriage partner. You are in this for the long haul, and even though I know that the modern world has the option of dumping a partner in 2 days, that might not happen in technology innovation, because by that time people know the in and out of your technology, and your trade secrets, as it were, are out. So if you dump a partner, then your chances of running into trouble are very high. So choose wisely, choose carefully. Second, identify the goals. Sometimes not all the partners and not everyone who's involved in the innovation has the same goal. Some people are doing it for the sake of a project, which will look good on the CV. When the time comes for career enhancement, this will give them a boost. Some are doing it to get it to the prototype stage. Some are doing it for the sake of publications, again from the CV perspective. Some want a patent. And these days, patent is regarded as a very important thing. Some are doing it for personal promotion in their career opportunities and all that. Sometimes it is the work of a PhD student. And lastly, most often neglected, is the goal to bring a product. So if all the partners don't have the same set of destination goals, all these words are with the letter P. So if the P value of everyone is not the same, and somebody is only interested in a patent, somebody is only interested in a project, somebody only wants a promotion to the next career step, then the innovation is not likely to see the light of day at the end of the effort. Innovators have to be discreet. I told you this, that if you tout your idea and you disclose it here, there, and everywhere else, somebody will take that idea, and before you know it, some shoddy product will appear in the market, which you have not even been involved with, and they will say this idea came from AIIMS Jodhpur, and so therefore it is AIIMS Jodhpur certified kind of a thing. So with innovation, even though you want publicity and you want name and fame, mum's the word. Till you have got your IP filed, until you have got something to show, it is best to keep discreet. Even if your IP is filed and you've got a patent in your name, it's still better to be discreet. The reason is, somebody may take this thing, and while you are still struggling with it, put some value additions on it, and then go and develop a product before you can actually look at it in the market. The next thing and the last thing that I wanted to convey is, when we start off on our innovation journey, we think we get a project from the DST or some funding agency, 2-3 years we'll work, we'll produce something, we'll showcase that it works. It may or may not get into the healthcare system, but at least we have done something which is contributing to society. But unfortunately, the innovation cycle which goes these days is not enough to leave it at the innovative product stage. People are expecting it to be lab tested, clinically tested, regulatory approved, clinically validated, again regulatory approved, put into the market. And so what is happening is that funding agency for a 3-year project is asking you to do this whole cycle, which takes about 7 years. So earlier it was easy. You could go to DST, get a project, 3-year project, 50 lakh rupees, do something, show a prototype, give them a report, get some ribbons and photographs taken and some ribbons cut, win an award somewhere. And happy. But that is not changing the MedTech scenario in our country at all. We are still relying on the imports. We are still not able to have self-sustenance in this biomedical field. So now DST is also expecting that the innovator whom they are funding is going to take through all this cycle. So the problem with this is it takes time. You and I in the clinical side don't have the expertise for the lab testing sometimes. We don't have expertise for anything outside the clinical domain. We certainly have no expertise with negotiating the regulatory pathway, and especially we have no business sense. The engineering and technology institutions, they have a little bit of the other side, but none of the clinical thing. So if we don't have enough time, human resources, financial support, the technologies are just going to remain at the stage of prototype, be shown in an exhibition somewhere, in some photographs and some reports it will come out, and nothing will actually reach the healthcare scenario exactly as I showed in the very first slide. Where are all those innovations that were produced during COVID? So one way to beat this is, okay, the way not to beat it is, if you're actually going to embark on innovation, the big lesson is think long, think hard, think twice, and then decide whether you want to dip your foot into this water or not, because it will be long, painful, and probably end up in failure more often than success. On the other side, you do clinical research, the fruit is low hanging, you'll produce something which will give you a publication. It may or may not impact healthcare or human lives in any significant way, but your job is at least still done. But on the other hand, if you do decide to dip into this and get into this whole innovation cycle, then one of the ways to do this is to approach for funding to an agency like the DST when you already have a prototype or a product. So 2-3 years of the life cycle has been short-circuited, and so you start with that. And sometimes DST started asking these questions. You want money? Where is your product? Where is your prototype? But you tell them, Arey bhai, you have not given me a single rupee. Where am I supposed to produce a prototype from? So they'll say, hey bhai, you are such a big institution. You've got AIIMS Jodhpur sitting in your backyard. So both of you collaborate. We have given them a lot of money. So that is one of the ways to move this thing forward. The other is to plan ahead for a series of three-year projects in which first you'll develop the prototype. By the time the prototype is halfway through, you start writing your next grant for its clinical testing when you actually have nothing to see or nothing to show. That will take a year and a half to start getting approved and come through. By the time your prototype is ready, so if it is ready, you flow into the next stage, and then you also apply for the validation. So a series of projects like this can actually kind of telescope that whole 7-year process into 3 short stages which are doable and achievable. So on that note, I want to thank you, chairpersons, sir and ma'am, and also all of you for your patient listening, and we'll take questions during lunch. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the insightful and truly practical tips, sir. Any questions?
Sir, very nice presentation and very practical approach of any initiation, because I'm from medical field and we have a lot of ideas and everybody have a lot of ideas. Question is that when to go with our ideas and to try to implement these ideas in some practical sense, we do not have a prototype of this, how to generate the idea into a practical sense. We often need some engineers, some people who are good in engineering work, and so that we have to open our ideas to them. And many of the times happen, they listen our ideas and some way this will go into the dead end. So we remain with our ideas and we keep remaining the ideas. So how to, and even when we go for the patent filing, we need some prototype. We need, what are the blueprint of your practicality of that your idea so that you can file a patent. And for that, we need to open your ideas to somebody who is give value to your ideas. So how to approach, how to cross over this journey? Because
so the practical ways are as follows. One is identify the technology partner, usually an engineering guy or an industry person who deals with that field. But before revealing your idea, first sign a 1-page non-disclosure agreement, which means that he undertakes not to disclose the idea or the thing to anybody else. That document has very little practical value because if he infringes it, only thing you can do is take him to court, which you and I don't have the wherewithal for. But still, it is a kind of theoretical deterrent. Once that is done, check that guy's track record to see whether he has any success in innovation before. Usually when you float an idea in a conference like this, for your idea, 10 people will come up and say, "Ye to doctor sahab, 2 din mein main kara ke hi de dunga aapko." So these people stay very far away from. On the other hand, if you know people, thank you, whom you have seen have succeeded in producing something, those are the people with whom to share this idea. Then third, under this non-disclosure agreement, in the presence of some witnesses on your side, which means 2-3 members of your team and 2-3 members of the other team, then you put it down on the table and say, this is what we want from the healthcare side, and let them come out with a technology solution for that thing. And if you document each of these, and as the previous speaker said, email it to yourself or email it in a group, then automatically a timestamp comes in, that this was all disclosed on this day, so that if somebody else has gone and copied it or done something which is not, on the board, above board, then you have all these documents to show. With that, you can approach a funding agency like the DST, because DST also now likes a MedTech project to have an engineering partner, a clinical partner, and also an industry partner, just to show that there is potential of that thing. And then money is freely available in our country, and they will provide that grant, and then you can start with it. I hope this clarifies.
Thank you very much. With that, we come to the end of this session. I'd like to thank our esteemed speakers and also members of the audience for their active participation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sandhu. Thank you, Dr. Ankita, for chairing the insightful session. And now I would like to invite our chairpersons, Dr. Sandhu and Ankita Chuk, to felicitate our speakers, Mr. Amit Jain and Dr. Joseph, as a token of appreciation. Now I would like to invite Dr. Manoj Kamal to felicitate Professor A.S. Sandhu and Dr. Sushmita Jha to felicitate Dr. Ankita Chuk. Thank you all the chairpersons and speakers. Moving on the next session, I now would invite the chairperson, Dr. Kuldeep Singh and Dr. Shilpi Gupta Dikshit to take the proceeding forward. Please warm welcome to Dr. Kuldeep and Professor Shilpi Dikshit.
It is my distinct honor to invite and introduce Dr. Tanvi Samra, a distinguished figure in the field of anesthesiology. She is serving as an additional professor at PGI Chandigarh, where she has made a significant contribution to both clinical practice and medical education. Dr. Samra's research has been widely recognized with over 650 citations, underscoring her impact on the field. Her work has not only advanced the science of anesthesiology, but has also enhanced patient care and safety. With her extensive expertise, dedication to medical education, and commitment to advancing her field, Dr. Samra continues to be a leading light in her field. May I welcome her?
So good afternoon, everybody.
So I have a very interesting topic, that is the role of women in MedTech. Since morning, we've been listening about, innovations, all the, scientific component of innovations. And I have been given this topic of what role women would have in MedTech. Now, we know that there's a lot of variability and a lot of bias towards, gender selection when we talk of different professions. Like if we talk of a primary school teacher, what comes to our mind is a nice female, right, who's managing the little kids. If you talk of a fighter pilot, anybody who's driving a Rafale, you think of some men associated with it. So in MedTech industry also, which is a field that basically accounts for technologies, devices, healthcare systems involvement, we always have been correlating it with the male gender. However, as Dr. Agarwal had initially said, that what is needed for innovation? It is not a group of like-minded people. So the most important thing which is required is a cognitive diversity. Dr. Agarwal had talked about just it in very briefly during the inauguration, and I'll be briefing you a little more about it. We all know that, men and women, we are totally apart when it comes to looking at a research question, when it comes to finding solutions for different types of problems. And it is this cognitive diversity which is inherent in us because of our gender issues, which ultimately leads to a good innovation, a good project designing. And I think this diversity which has been given to us by nature needs to be exploited further in the MedTech industry. So keeping this concept in mind, there has been various research on this topic, and it has been found that the relationship between diversity, innovation is positive and statistically significant if we involve more and more females in the MedTech industry. A lot of studies show that when there is involvement of women in the top management teams, then the probability of getting good results is higher and statistically significant. And the chances of having innovation and the success of innovation leading to industrialization, or what you say, the technology transfer, is also proportionately higher. There's another concept of why we should involve women is because, there are certain aspects which especially related to reproductive health or mental health, which are, I think, better understood when the end user is a female, the innovator is a female, and this is another reason why there should be more involvement of women in the MedTech industry. But then what is the reason that women today are still facing challenges? It is because of the gender bias, maybe because of lack of representation, maybe because we don't have access to mentorship and networks. Also, there's always a question of work-life balance when people want to recruit women as leaders in the management sector. But the situation nowadays has changed. We are in 2025, and it's a time when we need to break the glass ceiling. There are a lot of networking done for women in the MedTech, a lot of confidence building, and a lot of continuous learning is being done. It's not that ladies have not been involved in this industry. Even there have been ladies from the past who have made a significant contribution to the research, science, technology. There are a lot of ladies who have been entrepreneurs. We know these faces are not new to us. We know the role played by all of them. So bridging the gender gap further is what we need to do now. We have been very fortunate enough that there are a lot of awards which are now being available, and there are a lot of applications which are, mainly for promoting women early career scientists. And as Dr. Anita also told us in the morning during her slide, that it is the DST, it is the NAMS, which has come forward with numerous fellowship programs for women, keeping the fact in mind that sometimes there is a break in career, sometimes there is a break in the, place of employment. So some of the important fellowships which are available, if you go to the DST website, is the Kiran, Vice Kiran Postdoctoral Fellowship. We have the, which gives us opportunities to the women scientists. to various technologists. Then you have the Vidushi scheme. This is a special scheme which has been started by DST again to promote innovation. There is the WISE internship program. Again, it is for IPR related issues. Then there is a Curie Women's PG colleges which are there. There are, thus just to tell that there are lots and lots of fellowships, there are lots of programs and training facilities available, especially by Department of Science and Technology. Another important program which has been started for entrepreneurs, especially women entrepreneurs, is the WINGS, that is the Women International Grant Support, which have been involved in organizing workshops in various areas of the country, Telangana, Assam, Nagaland, and it has really given wings to the ladies to come forward as entrepreneurs. So after all this, everybody says, you know, it's very nice to talk about these flowery terms, but what is the reality at the ground level? So I'll just tell you what is the situation in the place where I work. I'm from PGI MER, and we have been very fortunate enough that we have been always promoted. There was a device, IV Alert, which was developed under the guardianship of Professor Puri, which had got the Healthcare Excellence Award. Again, you can see women is there. We were involved in formation of the Anesthesia Information Management System, which was in collaboration with Infosys Technology. Although I am alone, but still a woman is there. And there are lots of innumerable examples. Dr. Joseph can, you know, he will agree with me that most of the projects which were given for innovations in the biomedical hub, they were from all women. We have Dr. Usha Datta, who's a gastroenterologist, and you can see lots and lots of women again in the group. So I would just like to, summarize by saying that although, people say women are not promoted, women can't do anything, but the sky is the limit for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Tanvi. I think there is no doubt that the women are important, and you have also brought up this point very well. That is, women in medical technology are also required, and they are much useful in promoting the health medical technologies. Thank you for a very informative and very small and short and brief talk. Thank you. Any questions can have? Okay, so now we go to the next topic again, which is very important nowadays. It is a artificial intelligence and how this AI is going to help in the novel technology can help in our healthcare. So for this, I invite Mr. Amarjit Cheema. So Amarjit Cheema works as a scientist F at the Health Informatics Group of CDAC. He has completed his success tenure with NHA as a director IT operation. He has also worked as a joint advisor in TRI. He has 23 years of experience in the health informatics field and has led several projects of the national importance. His passion about transforming research into the practical applications is very well known, and he is also supporting us he's guiding and mentoring the other CDAC project also. He is also fellow of Seed Asian Award, and he has more than 25 publications to his credit. So I invite Mr. Amarjit Cheema for the talk.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, Puri sir, for inviting me for this talk. So it's very difficult for me to design this presentation because I was told that there is IIT guys in AIIMS Jodhpur and some students are there. So I have planned this presentation in 3 sections basically. Just touch upon what we are doing with AIIMS Jodhpur in health informatics so that we can generate the data for AI. I'm a health tech guy and looking for this MedTech collaboration with health tech for the betterment of this AI. So basically, I have divided this presentation is a very well thing like why we need AI, how we are going to achieve and what we are doing. So I'm not going to tell you about how we are going to do it because I'm not going to technically in this presentation. My focus is that why we need AI in health informatics or hospitals and what are the use cases that we are looking for this. I just touch upon this, that please see this slide as a patient and as a doctor, that one patient's having a more than 60 clinical records scattered in a different hospitals, and you are visiting to a doctor with taking the file in your hands and visiting from one lab to another hospital to another hospital. And now you want to see this doctor within a less than 5 minutes to diagnose your disease. See this pressure and see this workload, that how we are going to get this extract by in a 200 patients OPD in a general medicine, and how the doctors get this data. So these are some of the use cases where the digital health facilitate doctors, where they can get the trends, they can get the challenges to find the outliers, they can get the challenges to find the particular disease from this database. But still the challenge is that the data is less, and how we are going to address this through digital health and AI, we are going to address in this presentation. If you talk about digital health, I just summarize that any HMIS, any EMR solution, any lab management system, any mobile app to capture the patient health records, telehealth, wearable database, wearable devices, these all are considered as the digital health solutions. And they all are integrated to provide the advantage for the crowd management, less waiting time, and the basic agenda is to reduce the patient stay in a hospital, right? And in this direction, I could say like AIIMS Jodhpur has implemented eSocials Hospital, where we have achieved the 70% of electronic medical record generation, which is a standardized data set of SNOMED CT and ICD-10. And apart from this, we are integrated with the ABDM ecosystem to exchange this data interoperability across the other hospitals also. And apart from this, it's also integrated with the MedTech devices, starting from PACS or any medical equipment in the labs. And recently, we have also implemented ABDA scan and pay kind of a facility. We are the beginner in the AIIMS Jodhpur as a part of the NHA initiative. This slide I have kept for the IIT guys, because how you can evaluate you as an innovator or early adopters. So I always think that AIIMS Jodhpur is always early adopters, because they always take the challenges to implement the new things first. And in this direction, they have also initiated the few use cases where the HMIS is integrated with the OT to get the OT data from vital monitors, infusion pumps, where we are creating a data lake, which is going to address the artificial intelligence, put on the artificial intelligence and guide the doctor where we are lacking in their decision support system. So if a journey, now I'll come to the agenda point, that we need a data, and data is electronic medical record, right? So we achieve this in AIIMS Jodhpur. We need an interoperability, we need a standardization. So these are all international standards that we have implemented. And this need an ecosystem to exchange this data across the other AIIMS and other private hospitals. So for this, we are already having an ABDM. And this leads to EHR, Health Information Exchange. Now, the main goal is AI and ML is still missing. And where are the use cases we are going to implement, and why we are talking about AI in all cases? And in recent summit at the France, it is again a topic that enhance the healthcare through AI, quality of data set we need to create, we need to develop the patient-centric kind of application. So this AI is now a new area where we need to work together with all doctors, technicals, MedTech people to provide the advantage to the patients as well as the doctor. So this is the why we need AI. So one doctor, 40 to 80 patients. So this depend, in some cases it goes to 120 patients per doctor in some of the general medicine kind of facilities also. 1,000 doctor population is best ratio as per the WHO, but one radiologist in every this kind of a facility, and many diseases can positively impact it if we diagnose it early stages. Let's see this slide where we talk about the average time per patients in a different facilities, different specialty. In some cases 1.5 minutes, in some cases 3 minutes, in some cases 5 minutes, and patient waiting time in all OPDs are more than 1 hour. This is the data is search. We have researched in various hospitals and found that patient has to wait in OPD area more than 1 hour. And same case, the time between doctor and patient is in most of the cases average of 5 minutes. And this comes to the one problem statement, which I would like to share. This is the one of the actual problem statement. Then one patient visited to the orthopedic department to give the problem in his wrist as a pain problem. And now what happened that the doctor has advised him to a physiotherapy and start steroid and painkiller, and the patient has taken this medicine 9 months. 9 months on a good hospital, he got this kind of a treatment, but he has not got any relief. Then he went to some general thyroid kind of a facility where his test was done, and it was be diagnosed a hypothyroid, where this problem has occurred, and after 12 months he got the proper diagnosis and the treatment started, and the patient has now released. So these kind of a problem at early stages, AI can be the one of the tool which can help us to find the right kind of a solution, and for this we needed data. So whenever we talk about data, so this is not the AIIMS Jodhpur statistic. This is the overall statistics which we have identified from the very big hospitals, that patient demographic and patient visit data and lab reports are 100% available. But when you talk about the OPD, which is the bare problem of electronic medical record, if you talk about vitals and history and other things, their percentage is very less. So this is the one of the problem statement, that how we are going to collect the data from doctors, because from last 24 years of journey, it's really very difficult because doctors are already equipped with a lot of loads. So there are a number of solutions has come, like scan कर सकते हैं, उनको upload कर सकते हैं, OCR कर सकते हैं. But recently with the help of NHA, now we are working on this kind of a solution. Just hold on. Can you?
Hello. हाँ बताइए क्या दिक्कत है? Hello doctor.
So this is a teleconsultation solution. Conversational API would be implemented in OPD, where the conversation between patients and doctor can be captured, and after the conversational,
कुछ और टेस्ट भी करेंगे, जैसे ब्लड टेस्ट और थ्रोट स्वैब टेस्ट. ओके डॉक्टर, आपका टेम्परेचर 100 है और ब्लड प्रेशर 80/120 है. टेम्परेचर थोड़ा हाई है, बाकी तो ठीक. आपकी कंडीशन देख के लग रहा है वायरल इन्फेक्शन. मैं कुछ दवाइयाँ लिख रही हूँ, एक पैरासीटामोल बुखार और बॉडी पेन के लिए.
so with the lack of time, I'm stopping it here because I'm not able to actually drag the cursor. So what happened after this, the AI generate the OPDRX as a standard OPDRX. It's codified the data as per the SNOMED city terms, and it automatically generate the prescriptions. So doctor no need to key anything. It's a conversational APIs where we are using the complete benefit of the machine learning and artificial intelligence, which link with the standard data set, and they automatically divide on the chief complaint, vitals, diagnosis as per the conversational, and it will generate the medical records. The second major problem is the analytics. The doctors are always keen to get the analytics, where we can get these kind of health analytical engines, where the doctor can search anything between the data, and that can generate the graphs as well as give you the data for the further research purpose. Right now, you need to get the Excels, you upload this data, your researchers focus on the limited data set, but these kind of facility would allow you to generate the data analysis on the complete data set. So this is the another area where machine learning and AI can help you to get this extract from your data system. But the only challenge that we should have a data, we should have a clinical data available with us. Now come to the main area, the recommendations. So with this recommendation, we have reduced the 30% referral in a big medical colleges. So main problem is मेरे को पेट में दर्द है या मेरे को हाथ का दर्द है, मैं जाता जनरल मेडिसिन में ही हूँ. Then they again refer me to another department. So better that when I come to any counter or any appointment taking from a mobile app or any teleconsult facility, if I give my complaints, system should directly guide me that which facility I need to go. So such kind of a feature definitely help us to reducing the crowd area, as well as in initial level पे हम उसको सही department में भेज देते हैं. Recommendation system for reason of visit, investigation. So we have also provided this recommendation system which reduce the data entry time by the 30% to doctor using the bookmark facility. So again, अगर conversational API हम लोग यहाँ use करते हैं, तो ये time भी हम लोग और reduce कर सकते हैं. How this recommendation system work? It all the basis of the patient key data और model trained के basis पे few areas में हम लोग automatically populate करते हैं. उसके basis पे जब doctor select करता है, तो treatment plan भी suggest हो जाता है. Now, this is the area where we need a support from doctors that specialty specific in decision supports को validate करने के लिए हमें doctors की ज़रूरत पड़ेगी और ये data हम उसी hospital के उसी specialty के data पे ही models को train किया जाता है. And this will definitely help doctors to get the early stage diagnosis from the system or early stage help from this system, or for teleconsultation and PSC kind of a facility could be very useful in upcoming years. Some of the other example जो AI से related है, this is the one of the case where Watson has done a very remarkable work, IBM Boston, to detect this mysterious illness for the months the patient is battling. So such kind of stories are already available in markets. और imaging में AI ने बहुत अच्छा काम किया है, but for the clinical side in India, this is we call it as a beginners. And this could only be possible with two things. One, we need to keep this data as a clinical terms in OPD and IPD, and we need doctors to collaborate with the industry technical guys to help us to train this model. Now, come to this patient-centric side. So we can provide the forecast of the patient visit trend for patients according to the season, according to the holidays, so that you can plan your staff accordingly. Crowd management we can also do. In case of cloud management, we have also developed some kind of AI-based dashboards where according to the doctors and patients treatment pattern, we can calculate the average OPD times and give the SMS to patient that they can stay in a particular waiting area, don't need to stand in a queue. But this again, it will depend that if we use the OPD in a proper fashion, we use the OPD at the treatment guide and OPD way, then we can get this data and provide you the decision support. Forecasting, we can also suggest the region reordering level, item reordering level according to the consumption pattern. There we can reduce the machine downtime also. So such kind of machine learning algorithms are really very useful in reference to the health informatics and in the implementation of HMIS in AIIMS Jodhpur and in other hospitals. Anonymity detection is the one of the other area where we can provide the various kind of alerts to help the patient as well as the paramedical staff. Now come to the use cases side. So currently we are appointment and patient volume forecasting solutions are already available. With IIT Delhi, we are working for the ICU bed availability forecast. For this, we are trained the model so that doctor can immediately get the alert that when the ICU bed will be going to empty and when the other bed he can be transferred to the nearest ward so that ICU bed can be easily available. Language barrier is another point where we have developed few utilities, and in some of the AIIMS we have already rolled out, and which patient can ask something to the system in Hindi or any other language. And this system could interact with the HMIS and revert in the same language. तो वो हिंदी आप जो इंग्लिश और जिसमें भी सेलेक्ट करेंगे. So such utilities are already rolled out. ये machine learning based conversational APIs को NLP को use करके हम लोगों ने बनाया है. Some of the AIIMS they are using it already. These are the language specific. तो अगर हम उसको उड़िया में चाहें उसको उड़िया में भी convert कर देते हैं. So which is going to connect patient with the hospital in their language terms. And even doctors can use this utility to read out their discharge summary of the patient rather than reading it. So these facilities are also available as a part of machine learning terms. So I'm not going to cover the benefit of this, but these are the common area where we need IIT teams and other researchers to focus on the cancer, cardiovascular disease, neurology disease, diabetic and eye disease, where AI can be used to find the machine learning based solution. And not only this, the personalized medicine, one size doesn't fit to all. This is another area there where genetic parameters can be used to make the patient-centric kind of a treatment using the machine learning and AI implementation. Basically, just in conclude, we need to focus on the 4 pillars of the medicine. One is the predictive, preventive, personalized, and participatory. So these 4 Ps are very helpful, where machine learning can help doctors and patients to get the extract from the data and guide everyone for the betterment and early disease detection of this. I'm not going to cover you how we are achieving it because this is a separate matter, so I'm not going to come out my further slides. Any questions or any doubt we can discuss. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Amarjit. I think this is a disruptive area, and doctors need how we can explain through the AI. So explainable AI is the next stage
Yes,
that we have to see, right? So if any questions, in view of the lack of time, we may ask questions during the lunchtime, so we can proceed for the next session. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All the felicitations due to time constraints will be done off stage. Thank you, chairpersons.
Thank you all the speakers and chairpersons. Now, moving for the next session, faculty and student oral presentations. So I would like to invite chairpersons, Dr. Suresh Sharma and Dr. Nikhil Kothari for this session. And let's begin by inviting our first presenter from the Department of Nephrology. We have Dr. Rajesh Jorawat, who will present his innovation idea on the use of dermolysis. Welcome, Dr. Jorawat.
Good morning, all. Today, I'm going to present an idea in which how we can use the skin as a alternative mode of dialysis, because we have seen that there are a lot of patients who are renal failure patients who have a difficulty in getting the dialysis, especially those patients who are far off the centers of dialysis centers, or those who do not have a facility for renal transplantations. So this is skin we all have, and skin is also have a very much similarity with kidneys if we look into the depth of the physiology. So as we see that skin is also used as a mode of excretion of toxins, and the concept of removing molecules normally removed in the urine through sweating has been thought in the evolution of renal replacement therapy in the past. But because of the development of the hemodialysis that is supported with heavy machines and the peritoneal dialysis, this mode of therapy was not evaluated in depth. So again, if we look, there is a close relationship or close resemblance with the nephron and the sweat glands. Nephron consists of two essential parts like glomerulus and tubules. The same way, sweat glands also have a glomerulum and the duct. Both have the little bit similarities with that. And if we see, when the person who is end-stage renal disease, when they sweat, and the sweats when evaporate, there is a crystallizations of this uremia over the skin. So this is a very, as we see, there is this white dots are the crystallization of urea over the skin. And if we look the anatomy of the sweat glands, sweat glands are two types, echocrine sweat glands and apocrine sweat glands. And both have the capacity to filter the plasma, and they have a excretion properties of the waste products. And there is, in this graph, there is an increase in the urea transporters in the sweat glands. So as the patient's renal function deteriorated, there is an increase in the urea transporter in the sweat glands. And urea is one of the parameters on which we measure the dialysis dosing of end-stage renal disease. So this is a very interesting finding in the patient with advanced renal failure. And if we look, when we compare the two things, the normal blood flow to a healthy kidney is around 1.2 liters per minute. And the similar way, if we compare the normal blood flow to the skin is around 250 ml per minute in the normal condition, but this can increase to around 6 to 8 liters per minute to achieve the thermoregulations. So this is a big change in the blood flow to the skin. And if we look, the glomerular GFR, the glomerular filtration rate of the kidney normally is 120 ml per minute, and the urine production per day is around 1 to 2 liters per day. On the other hand, the normal sweating is around 6 to 8 ml per minute, and that can be up to 500 ml to 1.2 liters per day. So there is a strong correlation with as the blood flow to the skin increases, there is an increase in the sweating. And this sweating can be around 1.8 liter in 30 minutes or even 3.6 liter in an hour if we go into the more extreme of the thermoregulations. And the most beautiful thing is that in the 0.5 degrees Celsius, there is a significant increase in the skin blood flow. So with a small increase in the temperature, there is a significant increase in the skin blood flow. And when we compare the two things, in our body, around 8 to 15 lakh nephrons are there. And in the other side, around 16 to 45 lakh sweat glands are there. Kidney produce around 1 to 2 liters of urine per day, and the sweats around 500 ml to 1.2 liters per day, and that can increase up to 3 liters per hour. That's the maximum way our thermoregulations can achieve the sweating. The pH of the urine is 4.5 to 8, whereas the pH of sweat is around 4 to 6.8. So there is a good correlation in the hydrogen ion are secreted both the urine and the sweat. 95 component of the urine is water, whereas the 95 to 99% is water in the sweats. 5% are solutes, and in which urea is the predominant nitrogenous waste product in the urine. And similarly, around 1 to 5% of solutes in the sweats, in which organic solute like urea, lactic acids, breakdown of fatty acids, and the protein products are secreted in the sweats. And in the inorganic solutes, sodium chloride is the predominant, and similarly, in the sweat also, sodium chloride is excreted significantly. So this is a close similarity between the urine and the sweats, but this physiological need only achieved when the thermoregulation is tried to achieve, when there's a blood flow to the skin increase. So how to achieve the increase in sweating? There is a different way to increase the sweating. One is the drugs. There are a lot of drugs that help in increase the sweating, but these all have side effects, it's all. Exercise, this is normally we are doing a lot of exercise, and that exercise increase the sweatings. But in kidney patients, it is difficult to achieve a exercise in such a level that can affect the health of a patient. But there are certain sauna bath or sauna suit, specially designed sauna suits, can be prepared with which we can achieve the sweating in such a level that we can, sweating is such an amount that nitrogenous waste product in the uremic patient can be excreted. So these are the way we can design Suna suit is specially designed which have a proper temperature regulations, weight sensors, and urea excretion calculations or sensor should be there, and sodium estimation and total body fluid loss can be estimated in these suits. So overall, there is increase in the total turnover of the body water, and most of the urine that is excreting, these solutes are water soluble. So if we increase the total turnover or total body water, there's increased chances of excretion of this nitrogenous waste product in the sweats. And if we look the potential benefit of this mode of therapy, it is a new unexplored mode of excretion of waste products still now. And there is a chances that it can assist or can temporarily delay the initiation of dialysis or a new innovative mode of dialysis, maybe if we explore it further in a more systematic way. It is more physiological. We don't need any other additional things. It is our increase in the physiological needs, we can achieve this excretion. It is a very simple, no need of hospitalization. It is non-invasive. And even these patients can be started without electricity, without dialysis fluids, and without advanced heavy machines. There is no need of trained dialysis technicians, and it can be started anywhere, in the sitting, in talking, and in their home and in the office. And the potential market is huge. Around 13 to 27% of people have a CKD prevalence. Out of this, around 12.7% of incidence of ESRD is there. And in India, every year, around 2 lakh of patients land in the category of end-stage renal disease. And the survival of these patients is also not good with the available dialysis facilities. And if you look, the 5-year survival of these patients is around 21% only. And this mode is more physiological mode, and this is a need of the present hour. And if we look, another physiological mode of renal replacement therapy is a renal transplantation, and that is only available to 3.4% of end-stage renal disease. So there is a huge gap of these patients which can increase the survival of, or we can add this mode of therapy so that we can decrease the number of dialysis, or we can delay the initiation of dialysis in such patients if we explore properly. So what we need a collaboration in the design of this specialized Suna suit. We have a temperature regulation, proper assessment of fluids, and electrolyte estimation with the sodium, chloride, and phosphates, and a urea and creatine estimation in the sweats, and this proper monitoring of BP and pulse rate if these suits are available with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rajesh. We'll have the questions at the end. Thank you so much. Now we can invite the next faculty, Dr. Nikhil Agarwal from Department of Ophthalmology for his presentation.
So all the speakers, please note that you have to stick to the time. So first bell will be at 8 minutes of your talk. So try to wind up in next 2 minutes. So total duration is 10 minutes for every talk. And Dr. Nikhil will be speaking or sharing his thoughts on Ocucleave 2, a novel instrument for efficient nucleus fragmentation in the cataract surgery.
Respected esteemed faculty members and all my dear friends, a very good afternoon to all of you. So it's my pleasure to It's my pleasure to present my idea on the OQ cutter. It's like basically, first of all, I would like to introduce what is how the evolution of cataract surgery has, like it has evolved. So basically, right now we are doing two types of cataract surgery. Basically, it's in a broader sense. Like first is the SICS, in which we are using a 5 to 7 mm incision, and second is the phacosurgery, in which we are using a phacoemulsification technique or ultrasonic energy, in which which we are emulsifying the nucleus with a 2 to 3 mm incision. So, so our innovation is like this. We would like to introduce a technique in which we have a minimal dependence on the phaco machine, or which has its own limitation, like delivering of phaco energy. Along with this, it's like a financial constraint for the peripheral centers and even at the higher centers. And it could range, the financial constraint could range with from 50 lakhs to 2 crores. So our innovation, it would be like this, like at the periphery center also we can do the surgery similar to the phacoemulsification at a lower cost or nil cost. So it's going to be started with Nikhil 7357. So we gave it a name of OcuCleave, which is basically a Sarota for nucleus and cataract surgery. So this innovation is with a brainchild of Professor Kavita Bhatnagar, and I will be presenting this case in which we cut the nucleus in a two-part with the help of a Sarota. Basically, we have a two type of cataract surgery which we are basically performing. First is the SICS surgery, and second is the phaco surgery. On the left-hand side, we have a phacoemulsification, in which we can see we are made an incision of 2 to 3 mm, and then we are emulsifying the nucleus. On the right hand side, what we could see is the SICS, in which we made an incision of 7 to 8 mm, and from here we are trying to deliver the whole nucleus. Our idea is to divide the nucleus into multiple parts so that it can be delivered from a 2 to 3 mm incision without the need of a phacoemulsification machine, which is not only like have a higher learning curve, it basically delivers a ultrasonic power which is not only damaging for the eye but also for the corneal endothelium, which may hamper the visual acuity in the post-op period. Secondly, it's also need a lot of training for the cataract surgeon to effectively chop the nucleus. Secondly, we want to innovate a technique in which had a minimal invasive approach, and it could be done in a peripheral center also where these facilities are not available. So this is an idea in which we like a cutter like we cut a beetle into two parts, which you can also use a nucleus cutter in the similar fashion. So this is a schematic diagram in which we can see there's an entry saw which is around 3 to 4 mm. From here here the instrument will go inside the eye. It will open its flank and it will cut the nucleus in 2 to 3 parts. So this is the video which shows once it goes inside the eye, it opens its flanks and it has got a serrated ends, and it will cut the nucleus into two parts. In the future, this serrated ends could also be incorporated with femto technology or with some technology which can cut the nucleus in multiple number of parts. And once this nucleus is divided into multiple fragments, it could be delivered through a small incision that is 2 to 3 mm. So what will be the benefit of this nuclear cutter in cataract surgery? First of all, it enhances the precision and safety. Secondly, it reduces the phaco energy. Thirdly, it is a minimal invasive approach. It could be utilized at the peripheral centers, health centers. It has a minimal training time. So, and most important thing, it is efficient in hard cataracts, which are normally not which are not able to be phacoemulsified. And fifth, it also improved the post-op refractory period. So it is a minimal invasive, efficient and controlled nuclear division procedure, address the key challenge of management hard cataract. In the future, it can be incorporated with laser, which may further enhance its utilization and efficiency. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Nikhil. So, really interesting thing to do. So, are we practicing this right now?
No, right now we are not practicing, sir. But it's like once the instrument is ready, then we can practice the same thing in our patients.
Okay, so are we in a prototype phase or still in the conceptual phase?
Yeah, conceptual phase.
Okay, great, nice.
Thank
So
you.
thank you for a crisp and brief presentation. So I would like to invite next speaker. So okay, so from next speaker is from the Department of Neurosurgery, Professor Deepak Kumar, who will introduce the Shruti West. It is the continuous monitoring of respiratory complication.
किसी और को बुलाई, उसका नाम नहीं था उस लिस्ट में, है क्या? जो नाम है वो भेज दीजिए.
Yeah, so the next
Give them the updated list. Although he is present there, but his name was not there, that's why.
Okay, so not an issue, sir. So I would like to invite the next speaker, Dr. Guru, Dr. Ravi Ranjan Guru, from the Department of Hospital Administration. Is he around, Dr. Guru? Okay, so no, he's there. So he'll be presenting his thoughts about low-cost patient transportation track.
Okay, good afternoon all. Till my PPT will come here, I will describe about my project. In Apex hospitals like PGI Chandigarh, AIIMS New Delhi, there are many Apex centers. All these centers are around 100, 200 meters away from each other. In such type of institutions, patient shifting was one problem, because from one building, patient was shifted to another building, and patients were shifted on the stretchers, and they have to travel on the road. So I innovate a thought that we will make something that this will guide the patients, and that will guide the patients, and the patient attendants will have less exertion, and there will be some resuscitation stations if there is some cardiac arrest or something happened during the transportation. Then the patient can be resuscitated as soon as possible or near that building. So in that part, I made one convertible wheelchair cum stretcher. That means that a wheelchair can be converted to stretcher. And also, as a medical person, I focused that I do not need to maintain the wheelchair 180 degree. We will keep it some angle, around 30-degree angle, so that it will be one supine position with some angle. So we can do any procedure, maybe abdominal procedure or any thoracic procedure at an ease. Then, so only 2 points we have fixed, that wheelchair will be in one position will be 90-degree and another position will be somewhat tilted during the when the patient will take rest on that wheelchair. This is one part of the project that will make one convertible wheelchair with stretcher. This is the problem statement that during the transport, the patient is facing the problem, the patient attendants are getting exertion and also anxiety of finding the departments. So after this making of this convertible wheelchair, then we thought about that we can make one pathway like tram pathway. In Calcutta, they have the tram pathway. So if we will use low-cost GI seats to make tram tracks and the wheelchair can be fixed on that tram track, so it can move easily as it is a metallic track and wheelchair is a plastic, there will be less friction and the patient can be moved easily and there will be no problem of the signages because this pathway will guide to the patient to the destination. If there is some incident happen like cardiac arrest, then while entering into the another building, there will be one resuscitation station and the patient can be resuscitated there and we will keep resuscitation stations in every entry of the every building. What is the future? We can make this trolley with automated robot or a battery operated. So these are my advantages that there will be less chance of fall during the transportation. The exhaustion and anxiety of the patient attendants will be less. There will be no chance of that they will go to wrong area and danger of vehicular accidents will be less also because they will move in a green track like our organ transport during our organ transportation. We are making green corridor. So similarly, this track will provide one green corridor to them. And these are the steps how we made our wheelchair and the track. These are the photographs of my wheelchair and this can be converted to this. And the second photograph on left side is showing that only two angles we have made. That wheelchair will keep, while wheelchair, it will keep at 90 and when it will be used as a stretcher, it can be, it is mostly around 30-degree inclination. The last diagram is showing 180-degree. I have made two types of wheelchairs so that the photographs are different. So thank you, and any questions I can answer. And for this project, I got 2.5 lakhs of funding from the DST also, and this process is in a completion stage. Thank you, sir. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Guru. Have you patented this product? Have you patented this product?
No, sir. It has not been presented elsewhere.
No. Have you patented?
No, sir. The patent has been applied, but I did not get. But another, I am presenting the poster, that patent I got recently.
Okay.
That is a smart card with somewhat similar knowledge. Smart card, patient sample collection trolley.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Guru. We can now invite the next speaker. I request.
Is Dr. Karthik around? Yeah. So our next speaker would be Dr. Karthik from the Department of Neurosurgery. He'll be sharing his thoughts on pressure-sensitive brain retractor. So Dr. Karthik, over to you, please.
Hi everyone, I'm Dr. Karthik, senior resident from Department of Neurosurgery. I'll be proposing a pressure-sensitive brain retractor, proposed new innovation for brain retraction and safer surgeries in neurosurgical cases. What are brain retractors? These are the instruments that gently hold back the brain tissue, providing a better access point to the deeper structures during surgery, while simultaneously minimizing the damage to the surrounding brain parenchyma. The damage that the brain parenchymas encounter during the retraction are not just limited to the eloquent areas of the brain. Eloquent areas are the functional brain tissue areas. The damage that occur in these areas include the edema, seizures, or vascular injuries, which eventually lead to a neurological deficit in the operative patient. The existing systems have evolved since the 19th century, 19th, 20th century, and the present 21st century, where the aim was for a hands-free retraction system with a flexible arm, but it required manual handling of the retraction systems. It also didn't exactly work on the pressure that the retractors imply on the brain tissue. The left side picture depicts the initial retractors that used to be fixed to the patient's cranium and retract the brain tissue. It had no concept of the pressure that was exerted by the retractor on the tissue, ignoring the safe functioning of the brain. The right side is the modern retractors, though flexible and highly malleable to position the brain parenchyma and then have it retracted. This is the modification that has reached till at the present time. The right side retractors are usually fixed on the rods or any circular frame to enable wide access to the brain. The main issues we encountered with these manual pressure insensitive retractors are the tissue damage and ischemia. The prolonged retraction causes pressure-induced damage to the neurological structures, risking the post-surgical deficits in the patients. The lack of pressure feedback in these retractors provide no real-time monitoring of the force that we apply. And also the precision of these retractors require the operating surgeon to manipulate the retractors and wasting the essential crucial neurosurgical time where the brain tissue could be saved. And there's also a potential, since it's pressure insensitive, potential for over retraction of the brain and difficulty in maintaining optimal sustained force for a long duration, requiring again for the surgeon to manually change the pressure because of the loosening of the screws. What I propose is an innovation which may eventually be assisted by AI or robotics, providing an audiovisual feedback enabled pneumatic radiolucent retraction system. Audio visual cues enable not just the surgeon to get a feedback on the retraction, but also the assistant who's simultaneously assisting the primary surgeon. And a pneumatic system would provide a easier manipulation of the retractor system. Radiolucency in this retraction system would enable intraoperative use of the imaging systems like CT-guided biopsies or any of the MRI imaging that we use intraoperatively to localize any brain lesion. The existing surgeons use these pneumatic systems to hold their endoscopes. These are sleek, low weight, some are pressure sensitive, and the main component of any retractor that should be a 6 degrees of freedom of movement. In the proposed innovation, I suggest that it have all these basic requirements to enable a proper pressure sensitive brain retractor to be put in hands of a surgeon. Basic requirement would be the degrees of freedom for precision control of the retractor, enabling enabling an approach to any of the lesions at the ergonomically enabling the surgeon to work on it. Real-time feedback system could be provided by the integrated systems sensor monitors that would adjust the pressure dynamically based on the current parameters that are being expressed on the brain. The present retractors usually have been modified to minimize the pressure on the brain tissue, but there is no actual way that it monitors the effect on the brain. We just know that it's minimizing the pressure on the brain, but we don't know by how much is it minimizing or how much harm it is causing. We could use the sensors on the retractor blades that would enable us to see the live tissue perfusion of the brain or the intracranial intracranial pressure that's been exerted intraoperatively. All these sensors we currently use it as a separate components. We use ICP monitors before taking up a patient for any emergency craniotomies. And a simple feature that is extensively used in medical scene is the infrared guided SpO2 monitoring probes. It could be implemented in the brain tissue itself using the infrared sensors. We can know the local perfusion of the brain tissue. Another character that the retractor should have should be biocompatible and be able to distribute the pressure evenly. The present models use the silicon-based blades that partially implement this. Eventual AI-assisted pressure optimization would drastically ease the surgeon's comfort as well as the patient complications. The pneumatic system included with its AI would automatically adjust the pressure exerted on the brain dynamically, which dynamically changes intraoperatively. And if you visit any of the neurosurgical OTs, you see that there's not a single component that's being used on a surgery. There are multiple systems. Integrated OT for neurosurgery would have a integrated intraoperative CT scanner or a MRI machine or any of the neuronavigation systems. All these, the compatibility with these would improve the end result again. The impact and benefit the innovation would have on the patient would be a faster recovery and improved post-operative outcomes, reduced risk of cognitive or motor function impairment. For surgeons, it would provide a real-time pressure feedback, minimizing the guesswork and approximating the work, reducing the physical strain and fatigue from prolonged manual retraction, and also improve the precision and control in the challenging neurosurgical cases. As a whole, for a healthcare system in the society, would provide fewer complications and lower the healthcare costs also. Enhance patient safety, improves the hospital reputation and surgical success rates. And a very bright future at this point of time would be a potential for AI-driven improvements in neurosurgical training and technique standardization. I would like to conclude with that, the innovation should aim to provide a controlled and adjustable retraction of the brain tissue, utilizing AI-driven feedback for continuous monitoring of pressure and tissue response, reducing the human error and the ability to fine-tune pressure dynamics, translating into a better patient care. Implementation plan would be to initially prototype and test the machines. As I said before, further developments after prototyping, when we have a basic functioning unit, would be to have it integrated seamlessly with the existing surgical tools in the operating room, and eventually ease into the ergonomics and usability of the retractors.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Karthik. So it's a really innovative thing, sorting out surgeons' problem, patients, better care as well as cost effective. So we'll be taking questions later on at the end of the session. I request you to stay in the auditorium. So our next speaker would be Professor Suresh Sharma, sir. He is from College of Nursing And I'm happy to announce that recently he has received prestigious fellowship of American College of Nursing. So only very few clinicians from our country has achieved this laurels. And he'll be sharing his thoughts on dynamic infant warmer bassinets.
Thank
So
you so
over
much.
to you, sir.
Thank you so much for your kind words. I'm going to take you through for next 4 minutes is dynamic infant warmer bassinet. What is existing technology we have? You all have seen this infant warmer, and you have seen a flat bassinet where the premature babies or the infants are kept after the birth when they require intensive monitoring or care after the birth. But do you think that this is a right ergometrics? No, this is not the right ergometrics. Why? The need of nature is the baby remains in a curved uterus, which is 120 degree in curve. And a premature baby or a newborn does not feel comfortable when you keep it on a flat surface, which have a rigid mattress. Then what should be the solution? The solution should be as good as or as curved as the mother nature, that is the uterus. So what the invention we have brought up a new kind of bassinet, which has a gel kind of mattress, and the structure which we have used has a motorized system. You can see we can have a remote, and we can bring it flat when we require to give CPR or any medical intervention we need to do, or we can take it to up to 120 degree curvature when the baby is just sleeping after a medical interventions, and it will have a simultaneously rattling like when mother moves and the baby have. So this will induce the sleep and recovery and comfort. This has been already filed for patent, and we are 4 patenters in this. Myself, Dr. Mathur, Mr. Vinay Mathur, Dr. Umesh Gupta, and Dr. Abhinav Dixit. What will be the impact? Impact will be this will give a natural ergometrics and ecosystem for neonates when we care them in an ICUs or nurseries, and this will promote the comfort, sleep, and consequently the better recovery of the neonates. It will minimize the risk of pressure ulcers for long-term care of neonates, though the risk of pressure ulcers is very less in neonates, but still it is there, so it will minimize further. What is conclusion and next step is this dynamic infant warmer bassinet will change the ergonomic ecosystem for the care of neonates. However, it has a further scope of innovations through use of advanced technology used within this. After receiving patent, technology transfer will be done to industry, but before that we'll go for CEDESCO for having a approval for safety so that we can do a technology transfer, and once this will come into technology transfer and manufacturing will happen, all the bassinets you see in the nurseries will be changed globally. Thank you so much for your patience hearing.
Thank you, sir, for sharing the wonderful concept. So our next speaker is Professor Deepak Kumar Jha. He'll be sharing his vision about the Shruti West, which is a continuous monitoring of respiratory complication.
Dr. Deepak, Senior Resident, Neurosurgery.
Oh, sorry. So because I know only one Professor Deepak in neurosurgery, so I got confused. Okay, so it's my apologies. So he's Dr. Deepak Kumar from the Department of Neurosurgery. So he'll be sharing his thoughts about Shruti West.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Deepak Kumar, finally a senior resident in Department of Neurosurgery. Today, the proposed innovation is Shruti West. It is composed of 2 words. Shruti, that means that which is heard, and West, it is type of clothing. So here, the problem comes when the most of the patient who is admitted in the neurosurgery, ICU or any other ICU in the hospital, due to their clinical condition, like in neurosurgery, most patients will be having altered sensorium or decreased respiratory drive, will be prone to respiratory complications. And these are the respiratory complication. The most common is the ventilator-associated pneumonia, pleural effusion, and likely due to the mucus plug because of the decreased respiratory drive. And due to this, it contributes to the prolonged hospital stays, and which eventually increases the healthcare cost and risk of further infection, which may lead to the sepsis and multi-organ dysfunction syndrome. And for that, we need a continuous monitoring system. Mostly in the ICU, we usually do the manual auscultation, but it is dynamic, and most of the time it is not continuous per se. Or there is no objective data to record everything, and it is just based on there is some inter-observer bias. So the continuous monitoring will help us in timely intervention and better prognosis. So the various lung sounds, there are some normal lung sounds and abnormal lung sound which is to be heard on auscultation, having normal sounds like vesicular, bronchial and bronchiovascular sounds, and abnormal lung sounds like rhonchi, wheezing and stridor and crackle and pleural rub. The proposed innovation for this is, it is a vest which is which incorporates the sensor on front and back of the vest, multiple small sensors, and the vest which is reusable and very easy to sterilize for the reuse, and it captures and registers the sensors which amplifies the sound of the auscultation and captures and registers the subtlest lung sound within the thoracic cavity, which correspond to the various lung zones. And then the monitoring system will have a software which records, amplifying and analyzing the lung sounds data in a real time, which shows a real-time visual representation as shown in this AI-generated image, which shows the vital respiratory rate and the various respiratory pattern on a continuous graph. And it details the detailed acoustic and optical map of ventilation distribution across lungs. And it also stores the patient data in a software so that we can retrospectively analyze at any point of time by compare it with the previous data, so that if any change in the auscultation or lung sound is there, we can even remotely assess, we can compare, and we can assess which lung area is likely affected, so that we can intervene early. Like in post-op patient, we can targetly apply chest physiotherapy, or we can then further diagnose with the chest X-ray, or we can further use a target bronchoscopy, so that the target lung zone can be targeted for a bronchoscopic used mucus plug removal. And this the proposed innovation will support the traditional auscultation method while significantly improving efficiency, and the simultaneous multi-sensor analysis will definitely increase the accuracy and speed of diagnosis, that is fast diagnosis and fast intervention. The impact and benefit, that is to monitor the specific lung fields to diagnose atelectasis, effusion, pneumonia, which is common morbidity in a bed-bound patient in neurosurgery. Most commonly in the brain tumor and brain trauma patient we treat here. And specific lung regions, liaise over chest physiotherapy to be employed for earlier recruitment of alveoli in a respiration and a mostly affected recumbent patient in ICU, and in result, early we know from the ventilator, which leads to decreased ICU stay or overall decreased hospital stay, and definitely decrease the morbidity and mortality of the patient. So in conclusion, we hope to decrease morbidity, mortality in a department of neurosurgery or any other ICU setting by employing this ways to diagnose, targetedly treat as early as possible with better sensitivity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Deepak. Questions we can have later on. We will call. Now, I would like to call Professor Vinay Chuk for the last but not the least presentation.
Uh, Good afternoon, Chairperson, and everybody over here, though very less people are there. So after so many medical presentations, I just bring you a small presentation from the Department of Dentistry. And we have like collaborated with the IIT person, and Dr. Abhijit is with me. He's a PhD scholar here, and I have collaborated with him, and we are just working on it. Let's see how far it goes. So it's an, just I will give you first a background, and then we can a little bit discuss about this. So what's the basic problem statement is to precisely determine the gap between the contact points of two adjacent teeth. So whatever pictures you see out here is, they are based on the impressions which we take first with a soft material, and then impressions are poured with a plaster or a stone material, and then you get the negative replica of all that tooth structure. And if the teeth are missing or there is a space between the teeth, then to measure those spaces, extraorally we have so many things like calipers, rulers, scalers, probes, and but these are all extraoral measurement. And if I want to measure that space intraorally in the patient's mouth, so these gadgets do not work because the caliper is too large, and if I'm measuring space in the back area, I cannot put the whole of the caliper. Even if I want to place a divider, it is difficult because the vestibule is very small. So we were looking for a small device which can, measure these spaces in the back teeth especially. Front teeth, of course, you can do with scale and rulers, maybe little accurately, but on the back tooth, intraorally, it is very difficult. And above all, because you are putting something into the oral cavity, you need something which can be, sterilized also. So, and the down pictures where I see the intraoral method is a scanner which we have in the department as well. And this is a 3D scanner. It scans the entire arch first, and then the entire arch goes into a repository, and then with another software, you import that STL file into that software, you go into the software and you can measure those. So it's a kind of a cumbersome procedure because I want to measure this space chair side only when I'm seeing my patients. So because I come from a specialty of orthodontics, why do I need to measure that space? So I will just explain a little bit. So if you can look at the first picture, you see there is 11 millimeter of space. Now when I am treating this patient, I am closing this space, whether by the back teeth movement or by the front teeth movement, objective is up to us. So if you can see those pictures, the slowly space is reducing 8, 5, 2.5, and then the whole of the space is closed. This space is not closed in a day. This space closure takes place around months. So probably the rate of space closure in the mouth varies from 0.25 to 1.3 millimeter per month. So you can see the magnitude of that space closure. Now, if I want to monitor the treatment, then I need to measure this space every time into the patient's mouth. And we practically do it with the help of our dividers or scale crude method in the patient's mouth. Though we sterilize those scales, we have cut it into small pieces also, but it is very difficult every time. And then we put it on the charts. Now what we are looking at is whether we can measure this space intraorally or not. So what are the cons and pros of this extraoral and intraoral measurement? So extraoral measurement, you have to take the impression. For intraoral, you need a scanner and then a third-party software or the same software, but it's all increases your chair. It's not available instantly at your chair side. So we were looking for a device. So we collaborated with the Abhijit, and he sort of designed sort of a flex sensors, kind of a caliper only, but with some digital sensors. We are in the only beginning stage of this. And these sensor tips would be, placed between those contact points of these two teeth. And the moment it is placed touching the two contact points in that space, it will give a reading onto the digital sensor. So, and because we need something which can be sterilized, so these sensors or the probe are detachable. And we are trying to figure out if we can make this sensor of the material which can be sterilized, and if not sterilized, at least it can be disinfected. Because we are not going to, poke into the tissues, we are going to just put into the oral cavity. So in a way disinfectant can also work, and it is going to be placed only for a very short period of time, for seconds. So what would be the benefits? We would be able to measure the space chair side every time and monitor the space closure. Space closure monitor means sometimes the space doesn't closes and we are not sure every time the space remains very less or sometime it increases. So that will help us to make the decision, if this is not working, let's adopt for any other technique which we can use. So this is what is going to help us, and we will accurately measure that rate of space closure. The second stage would be we're going to develop that app specific for patient. We just will feed the patient data, and every time we are measuring for that patient, we just need to put the patient number, and then automatically it will recalibrate what is the rate of space closure, because otherwise you have to measure separately the space, then the months, and then you divide it to get a rate of space closure. So this will do automatically. That is the second part of this project, that the app will be developed later on. So I think if we can develop this, then probably we will be minimizing the chair side time, and it will also enhance our decision making. So an accurate flex-based device can effectively replace this conventional space measurement method, specifically intraorally. And most of our researches are based on these extraoral methods. I haven't come across any space which is measuring the space intraorally, because we have a lot of researchers going. All of the methods are extraorally. So if we can devise something, so that will also increase, the research accuracy can be increased, and also, the chair side time increases, so our resources can also be decreased. So that's our idea for that. Thank you very much.
Okay, so thank you, Dr. Vinay. So as far as I could gather, though I have a background, better. So as far as I could gather from your presentation
Dr. Nikhil's wife is a periodontist, she is a dentist, so he understands dentistry much better.
Not much better, but little bit neck of it. So I just want to know that you're talking of a device which can measure the interdental distance intraorally. So it's just a concept, or you have come up with a such device?
No, I have not come up with device. There are methods available is of research, or the analysis part is all are based on take the impressions, make the models, and do the measurements. So, but then this is every time to take impression, then it goes to the lab, then stone is posed, and then we start measuring with whatever available devices with. If we can measure it intraorally, it will reduce a lot of chair side time, and a lot of research work can be eased out.
Okay, thank you. So now the house is open for discussion. If anybody have any queries with the speakers, we are happy to share and discuss.
No questions. We hand over. Is there any other speaker who has turned up? No. We hand over mic back to the organizers.
Any student from IIT? No.
Thank you, session chairs. Thank you so much for your time. We now move on, and I invite the session chairs, Dr. Amit Goyal and Dr. Alok Sharma, to commence the proceedings.
introduction for them. This is good afternoon all, and thanks for the opportunity to sit here in front of you. So we have got two eminent speakers in this session, and it will be very exciting to listen to them. So first we call on stage Dr. Varun Mahajan, who is Assistant Professor in the Department of Anesthesia and Intensive Care at PGI Chandigarh. He has over 30 publications in various peer-reviewed journals. He is member of Indian Society of Anesthesiology and Indian Society of Critical Care Medicine, and received Commendation Award from Chandigarh Administration for meritorious service during COVID-19 pandemic. So he will be speaking on the necessity of EHRs and EMRs, transforming healthcare and enhancing clinical outcomes. So over to Dr. Varun.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'll be talking on this necessity of EHRs and EMRs, which are helping in transforming healthcare and enhancing clinical outcomes. So the most basic form of this spectrum would be the personal health record, which patient in which a patient records his vitals and uploads it to a system so that the clinician can review it. And one form can be our electronic medical devices like this watch, which is continuously monitoring our heart rates and recording it for a review maybe. And then comes the electronic medical record, which is a patient data recording system meant for single hospital or maybe a single clinical practitioner. And then comes the electronic health records, which is a broader term which includes multiple hospitals in this spectrum and are helping to share the data among various hospitals. So the government is trying to do this with the help of ABDM, Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, and by creating ABHA IDs so that wherever the patient goes, his medical record can be reviewed by the clinical practitioners in all the institutes. So the basic architecture of EHRs include a user interface which includes doctors, nurses, patients, and admins, billing, and an application layer, data layer, integration and interoperability layer, where the most commonly used systems are the HL7 and Fast Health interoperability system. And the last and the most important is security and compliance layer, where the components can be role-based access control, where, for example, a radiology technician will have only access to the radiological investigations and not the other clinical data of the patient. And multi-factor authentication, blockchain for data integrity. HIPAA is a system followed in US, and GDPR is similarly being followed in UK, and EHR standards for India, which were implemented in 2016. So as an anesthesiologist and intensivist, this is the system most relevant to me, where as an anesthetist, if I want to get a patient operated, I would like to review his lab reports, radiological reports, and his pre-anesthetic checkup reports. So this system will help me in viewing all that. And when the patient is shifted to PACUs, for example, if the patient develops some complication and has to be shifted to ICU, then the ICU practitioner would like to review everything which has occurred in the previous setups like PACU or OT to look for what has gone wrong. And how the EHRs are helping? They are helping in improved patient care and safety. They are helping with better access to patient medical records throughout various healthcare facilities. They are helping in reducing medical errors by providing automated alerts on drug interactions
allergies, and abnormal lab reports. They're helping with improved continuity of medical care by providing access to the same patient data and ensuring consistency in treatment. And they're helping with increased efficiency and cost saving. So they're helping with reduced manual paperwork and administrative burden. For example, eClinical Works is a system, EHR system, which uses AI to identify faxes and assign it to accurate patient record. And it also uses AI, Suno.ai, which listens to the patient or patient-doctor interaction and converts it to a documentation. Then faster and more accurate billing, which is helping to reduce rejection of the insurance claims. And then reduction in redundant testing. For example, NHS Spine in UK is a system where they've shown that using this system has helped to reduce unnecessary radiological imaging like MRI and by enabling shared access to imaging reports. And better public health and health monitoring and research. So it helps with disease surveillance and outbreak response. So EHRs are helping with tracking patient disease patterns and outbreaks in real time. For example, during COVID-19 pandemic, EHR data has helped to predict surges in ICU admissions and guide public health policies. Then they're helping with the population health management. EHRs help to analyze trends in chronic disease management like diabetes and hypertension and figure out helping to figure out which management is best for the patient. And they're helping with facilitating clinical research. For example, IBM Watson is a system which uses AI to analyze millions of EHR records to identify early signs of diseases like Alzheimer's. Then they enhance patient engagement and telehealth. So patient portals and mobile access. Patients can access their own health record, book appointment, and request prescription refills via EHR integrated app. For example, eSushrut platform has a facility of allowing the patients to view their lab OPD reports on their phones, and growth of telemedicine. So EHRs can integrate with telehealth platforms, which allow patients to get virtual consultations with real-time access to medical records. And eSanjeevani is a good example we're using, which is helping patients to get teleconsultations in video, audio, as well as text-based formats. And next, this is an example of teleconsultation, how clinicians sitting in a tertiary care center can help a patient sitting in a periphery, where the patient can share, a patient via a telehealth center can share his details. High quality images can be shared, radiological images can be shared, and the clinician can then provide a signed and stamped prescription to the patient. So what are the challenges and areas of improvement? Data security and privacy always remains a concern. A good example would be WannaCry cyber attack of 2017, which affected almost 156 countries using NHS software. So then interoperability issues. Not all EHR systems communicate effectively with each other, which causes fragmentation in patient care. For example, a patient coming from a private hospital to AIIMS Jodhpur for treatment, clinician sitting in AIIMS Jodhpur might not have access to the electronic record which was being used in the private hospital. Then physician burnout. Excessive documentation requirements in EHR increases physician workload and burnout. A study done throughout 16 US states showed that physicians spend almost 49% of their time on EHR documentation, which ultimately reduces direct patient interactions. Then the EHR standards for India were initially given in 2013 and updated in 2016, and all the components which we have already covered in previous slides. Then how is AI changing the EHR and EMR setup? They're helping with clinical documentation and automation. As Mr. Chima had already shown how AI is being used for clinical documentation. And other examples are Dragon Medical One and Suki AI, where the AI-powered voice recognition and natural language processing helps to take verbal notes and form a structured EHR entries. Then predictive analytics and patient outcome. AI analyzes the EHR data to predict diseases, complications, and readmissions. For example, Epic Systems claims to predict sepsis, but some studies have questioned this sepsis prediction protocol and shown it to be less sensitive and other one is Google Health AI, which claims to predict acute kidney injury. Then personalized medicine and clinical decision support system. CDS tools to recommend real-time treatment recommendation based on the patient's EHR data. For example, IBM Watson can recommend cancer treatment options for the patients. Mayo Clinic AI can provide the best treatment plans based on the historical data. Then medical billing and revenue cycle optimization. AI can help to reduce billing errors, claim denials, and fraud in the hospital revenue cycles. And AI-powered summarization and interoperability. Augmedix platform by Google is a system which can transform data from unstructured data into draft medical notes, which can then be reviewed by the clinician. And AI integration into the FHIR can improve the interoperability, which is essential for an EHR. Then AIIMS or Anesthesia Information Management System is one such system which was developed in PGI Chandigarh in association with Infosys. So here the data from anesthesia workstation is taken into a Windows-based computer via RS-232 interface. And this data is then transferred to a Dell EMC server via LAN cable. And this system provides robust data recorded every 30 seconds. So on the bottom right of the screen is the data, sample data which has been recorded from this system. And on the bottom left of the screen is graphical trends of the vitals which are recorded. So this is another system which was developed by South Korea, and they are actually, it's an open source Windows-based software which supports multiple devices. So this is a system in which they are continuously updating all the new medical devices and they're continuously debugging the system for any problems which occur. And they have remote monitoring capabilities. So for example, I'm looking at 3 or 4 OTs simultaneously. I can get the vitals from all the OTs into my mobile device with this app. Similarly, this is another remote monitoring system which we used during the COVID-19 pandemic. So in multiple ICUs, all the patients' data was being we could access all the live data in our mobile from the ICUs, which really helped us in managing our patients during the COVID-19 pandemic. And these remote monitoring systems are being incorporated into the EHRs nowadays. So these are some studies which we could publish by using the AIIMS data, and this has helped us in predicting mortality in cardiac surgery patients. So both the studies were done in PJ and by our next speaker, Dr. Rajarajan. And even the most basic form of EHR which we are using in PGI is the e-Sushrut. It has helped us in retrieving valuable data from the system and getting some publications. So to conclude, training and sensitization of the healthcare personnel on the importance of EHRs is very important, which includes benefits for the healthcare setup, patients, as well as role in research.
and modification and upgradation of the existing EHR infrastructure according to the needs of the end user is very important, and ensuring interoperability, integration of various devices and patient data recording systems with EHRs, mobile accessibility, and data security are essential for a complete EHR or EMR system. And innovative techniques with the use of AI technologies for data recording can help us mitigate anxiety, frustration, and fatigue related to the EHR use amongst clinicians. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Varun. We have got first exposure with EHRs in 20 years back in SGBJ, a very simple yes robust platform and a truly paperless platform. This has come a long way, and the biggest problem what we think is standardization, because one platform, there are so many platforms available, and you cannot transport data from one system to other. And with India moving towards insurance-based system, this standardization becomes even more important, I believe. Sir. And it was a very lucid presentation. Thanks to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Now I invite Dr.
You raised a very valid point of standardization. I'm sure you must be knowing that AIIMS Jodhpur is with the CDAC is going into the, already they have the EMR, you may say primitive EMR or whatever is there, where the people are reluctant to enter. I don't know what should we do to make sure the people enter the data. But where we can extract the data on our own, that's what I think our IT team is doing very well with the help of CDAC. And they have linked all the OT monitors and the things, and they are getting data, and it's going to be. So, and this EMR or anesthesia information, whatever they say, which will be made, Chima Sahab has promised another 2 months or so, will be replicable to all the AIIMS across the country. So then it will be the AIIMS Jodhpur model.
Yes, sir. I witnessed that system in our OT, thanks to Dr. Puri. And I think it's wonderful that we have an integration of all our monitor to one system where the data minutized will be recorded and can be printed, say, in the charts later on if required, or even electronic chart is more than enough. So I think it's very way ahead than the other hospital at present available. Now I invite Dr. Raja Rajan Ganesan. He is Assistant Professor in the Department of Anesthesia and Intensive Care Unit in PGI Chandigarh. He published more than 30 research papers with a lot of citation. His main work, which has been actually giving him enough fame, is a contribution in artificial intelligence area. He has written a chapter also in textbook, Artificial Intelligence in Critical Care. He will today speak on artificial intelligence in healthcare. I welcome Dr. Raja Rajan.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. So how many of you think that artificial intelligence is just a waste of time? No one? Okay. So before I started working on it, and even though when I read some papers, I feel that there is a lot of scope for improvement in work on artificial intelligence. So in my talk, we'll see about the terminologies related to artificial intelligence, the applications of artificial intelligence in healthcare, and the implications to patients and the society. So nowadays there is a trend to include the name artificial intelligence in whatever innovation comes in place. So let's see what it actually is. So for the baseline for any innovation is a technological innovation, which can be in the field of electrical, electronics, mechanical, material sciences, or biomedical engineering. So this is the baseline of any innovation. So then comes automation. So when a process which is being done by a human being is made to be done by a machine using an algorithm, then it becomes an automation. And when the robot does that automated task, it becomes a robotics. So then comes artificial intelligence. So artificial intelligence is neither automation nor robotics. It is the use of specific algorithms. So artificial intelligence has its base in mathematics, in vector analysis, probability, statistics, and matrix theories. So artificial intelligence can span the whole spectrum from technological innovation to robotics to automation. And on top of that, we also have now virtual reality or augmented reality. So again, that can be there with or without artificial intelligence. So whenever we are looking at a product which says they are having artificial intelligence, we need to evaluate if they are actually having it or it is just a small add-on and if it's going to be beneficial or not. So describe with an example. So this is the easiest way to administer the anesthetic drug propofol. We just connect the IV set and the propofol goes into the veins of the patient and it circulates and causes the patient to become unconscious. But it is not a safe way. So there is one famous personality who died when propofol was administered in this way. So can anybody tell me who that was? Yes, that's right. So it was Michael Jackson. He was not supposed to receive propofol at all, but this was the way he received it and he died. So there is a need for technological innovation for better administration of propofol. That is where the syringe pump comes in. So this is an advancement in electrical and electronics, and where the machine can push a syringe into graduated amounts to deliver measured amounts of propofol. So this is a technological innovation. So when we administer propofol, the patient becomes unconscious and the brain waves starts changing. So based on the changes in the brain waves, the dose of the propofol can be either increased or decreased. If you build an algorithm to determine how much it should be increased or decreased, that becomes automation. So we had technological innovation, then automation. If we include the automation algorithm into a machine which can direct the syringe pump to administer propofol based on the EEG waves, that becomes robotics. We have automation and the machine, so we have robotics. So this is the robotic anesthesia, what you can call as a robotic anesthesia, which is an autonomous machine for administering anesthesia. So where is the artificial intelligence which can be incorporated into this? So here in robotic anesthesia, you can see that this is the EEG parameter, which keeps changing based on the propofol, and the dose of propofol is changed automatically by the machine. So this is a closed loop anesthesia delivery system developed by Professor Puri at PJMER, Chandigarh. So when we have such a simple algorithm, let's take an example of an autonomous driving cars. So we give a simple algorithm to an autonomous driving car, and we give a pathway for the car to travel. There will be many ups and downs as the car travels, because the algorithm is not personalized for the driving of cars. Rather, when we build the algorithm using a machine learning model or doing advanced mathematical analysis, then there is a good possibility that the cars will travel along the pathway in a smooth manner. So the cars reach the end in both the manners, but here it is more smoother. So that will be the advantage of artificial intelligence, and where the role of precision or personalized medicine comes into play. So there are three major domains of artificial intelligence. One is data science, then computer vision, and then natural language processing like ChatGPT, etc. So data science can handle data which can include text, audio, video, and big data. And computer vision can handle face recognition or image processing. So these are the commonly used FDA approved artificial intelligence enabled devices. So this is the most commonly used devices, and most of them are related to radiology. So this heart flow analysis related to radiology, clearly this liver MR, multi-organ MRI, breast ultrasound. So most of the devices are related to image processing. So we'll see a total of 6 artificial intelligence application in healthcare today, with one for each of the domains. So when a patient is suspected to have a blockage in the coronary arteries, the gold standard, or what is done best, is taking him to the catheterization lab, putting a catheter through the veins into the heart of the patient and measuring the blood flow across the coronary vessel. So this is the gold standard. So is there any better way to do it or a better technology which can do it? So there came the role of the CT angiography. So in a CT scan, we inject the same contrast, and by using principles of flow dynamics, it is possible to measure the flow in the coronary arteries. So this technology is there since the early 2000s, and it was called as the heart flow FFR. Recently, 3 years back, the same company introduced the second version of the heart flow FFR, and they said that they have incorporated artificial intelligence into it, where they have made the algorithm based on comparison with expert annotated images. So apart from comparison of the images with expert images, artificial intelligence can also predict outcomes without comparison with the expert images. There is another application which can read an ECG and tell the possibility of death of the person up to 5 years after the ECG was done. This study was done using patients who had normal ECG. ECG of a patient which was termed as normal by a clinician was read by the model, and it could say whether the patient had a higher chances of death within the next 5 to 6 years, and that too up to 3 times higher chances of death. So this is another application of image processing in artificial intelligence. So moving on to the next domain, which is data science. For more than 100 years now, the commonest use of data science, what we use is statistics. So statistics is useful when we have simple data. For example, here you have 2 simple groups of patients, and we can draw a simple line in between the 2. When you have this kind of data, statistics is useful to make a good decision. However, when we have complex data like this one, where the red and blue are intermixed with each other, statistics cannot make a good difference between these 2 data. That is where artificial intelligence comes in, where it can form a better boundary between the 2 different types of patients. So this is the use of data science in use of artificial intelligence data science, where it scores more over the statistics. So what is the clinical application of it? So normally the atrium and ventricle contract one after the another and produce a good amount of blood flow out of the heart. So there are some patients, especially in old age, who develop a condition called atrial fibrillation, where the atrium doesn't contract properly. In these patients may require drug therapy for them to perform their everyday work correctly. So artificial intelligence can help in predicting the response of the drug therapy. So it can say whether a particular drug is going to be beneficial for a patient or it is not going to be beneficial. So if it's not going to be beneficial, we can either avoid the drug or add additional drugs. So in this study, they did a clustering analysis. So clustering is a form of deep learning where you provide all the data to a computer and it can separate the patients into different clusters. So this clustering analysis can also say the different risk factors for each of the response levels. Next, sound processing. So the stethoscope has been around for more than 200 years. So recently, they have also developed in a technological innovation. They have developed a stethoscope which could hear minute sounds and at multiple frequencies. So what can be the utility of this? So stethoscope is used to hear the blood flowing across large structures of the heart like valves. This stethoscope could hear the blood flowing across the coronary arteries or the blood vessel supplying the heart. So when a blood vessel supplying the heart is blocked, there is some turbulence which creates microbruit which could be heard by this stethoscope. So they applied artificial intelligence techniques where they had patients who actually had coronary stenosis. They obtained data from those patients, and when we apply this to a new set of patients, it could say whether the patient has coronary stenosis or not. Next, moving on to robotics. In robotics, the surgeon sits at the console and operates a joystick. So based on the movement he does at the joystick, the robo moves its arm inside the patient. So what is the application of artificial intelligence in robotics? So are we ready to get a surgery done by a robo? That looks a little far away because there are a lot of ethical and regulatory requirements. At present, the utilization of artificial intelligence in robotics is for training the surgeons or providing feedback. So this model, the AI model, could take the data from videos of large amounts of robotic surgeries. It could make the different skill levels of the surgeons, and it could predict what level needs to be increased. So this is the application of artificial intelligence in robotics, where the data is applied on videos. So what are the risks and mitigations of artificial intelligence? It is recently cited that unseen commercial forces could undermine artificial intelligence decision support. Suppose we train a model which takes data from the internet, and on the internet, a particular company which is producing an artificial intelligence device says that his device predicts the condition best. Then that model will assume that the device is the solution for what the clinician is looking for. This can lead to overutilization of the device when it is not properly indicated. The second risk is that when a developer is developing an artificial intelligence based device, he must be clear on what is the indication for the device. Suppose a clinician says that it can be used in a condition where it is not actually indicated, or when he shifts the indication, there is a possibility that he can say that disease need not be diagnosed at that particular point of time. It can be diagnosed later. So that will affect the clinical outcome. So in this case, as we saw before, the sound processing technology could detect the presence of heart disease. However, studies have shown that it is more useful to rule out the presence of heart disease than the rule in the presence of heart disease. So in each case of artificial intelligence, the developer has to specifically mention what is the purpose of the device. Another risk from artificial intelligence is the opaqueness of the artificial intelligence algorithm. For example, in this case, I had mentioned that there were two versions of the heart flow FFR device. One was before incorporation of artificial intelligence, and another was after incorporation of artificial intelligence. However, nobody knows what was the algorithm which was incorporated into the device. Moreover, if somebody gets this software and they want to use it, they have to send the data every time to the US, and they will send the report back to us. So that we have no idea of knowing what is the algorithm, how it was developed, and we also don't know whether the AI algorithm is better than the algorithm without AI or not. The companies are totally opaque on how the algorithm was developed, or how it is being applied, or how it is applied before and after the application. So this opaqueness of the algorithm is true for most of the devices which are being used here. So these are AI-enabled devices. Apart from AI-enabled devices, as Varun Mahajan had mentioned, there are also AI-enabled prediction algorithms. So these algorithms are incorporated within the EHR. For example, the most commonly used EHR in the United States, which is Epic, has around 20 prediction algorithms. But there is very limited data on the utility of the algorithms, because there is no regulation on the use of the prediction algorithms within the software. So this raises important issues, because there are studies which have shown that algorithms without AI and which incorporate as low as 5 clinical parameters can give a better prediction than algorithms which include AI and include more than 10 parameters. So for each of these AI-based devices or prediction algorithm, we need more confidence among the physicians to increase the usage of this. So how to increase the confidence in the AI-based devices and AI-based prediction algorithms? So there is a recent journal which started publishing since last year, which is NEJM AI. So any doctor or engineer, whoever wants to become an AI engineer needs to read this, read every article in this journal, because it's all well written, and most of the trials are randomized control trials. So for most of the clinical evidence, most of the evidence is generated from randomized clinical trials, and there is more need for randomized clinical trials using artificial intelligence algorithms and devices. There is one more risk of using artificial intelligence. Unsupervised artificial intelligence may give biased results. For example, this study which I had previously mentioned, in which the AI could give feedback to the surgeons on their performance, was found to be biased. For example, for some surgeons, even though when their expertise was good, it showed that there was a need for improvement in some areas. So artificial intelligence cannot be used alone, it needs human supervision also. So coming to the third example of natural language processing, which I will be dealing about, the use of ChatGPT. So cardiopulmonary resuscitation is a procedure which is performed in cardiac arrest, and it involves multiple steps which need to be performed in sequence and which need to be performed based on the particular situation of the patient. So in a study, they evaluated ChatGPT for CPR. For example, the person who is doing a CPR will ask a doubt to the ChatGPT, and the ChatGPT will say what to do. And they had 3 arms. One was the paper guide arm, where one expert used to hold the paper guide and give response based on that. One was the ChatGPT arm, where the ChatGPT used to give the response. And the third was the supervised ChatGPT arms, where the expert will look at the response given by the ChatGPT and tells whether to follow it or not. In this study, they found that ChatGPT sometimes gave the wrong response for the treatment to the participant. So this is a real risk of ChatGPT, where it can misguide the participant. However, they found that supervised ChatGPT, where the expert saw the response and gave the response to the participant, was better than even paper guide for CPR. So this shows that machine learning is good, but it needs to be under the supervision of human experts. Thank you.
Dr. Raja,
yes.
My question is that is there any Indian data set or are we developing our Indian data set which are well annotated and classified? Right now, whatever in 2 days I have listened various papers. Most of papers were based on the data set available on the internet,
right,
or published by the foreign universities or academia. So is there any efforts are going on, or what's the status of in India?
Right. So as far as anesthesia is concerned, where I am working in, so anesthesia information management system is not available anywhere in India. It's not widely used. It's starting to being implemented now only in major institutions. So as such, there is no Indian data set for anesthesia, and we are using anesthesia information management system at PGI for the last 5 years, and data is there for cardiac surgery for the last 5 years continuously. Regarding other data, I have not come across any electronic health record data apart from anesthesia in any of the fields.
So did you annotated that data also?
So
or classified that data that see blood pressure is this much, then this is an low, or this is high, some classification or annotation need to be done for that data,
right,
and then that data set can be used by other.
Yes. So for the data in anesthesia information management system in cardiac surgery, that data is annotated for cardiopulmonary bypass time, cross clamp time, induction time, skin closure time. Those things are annotated in that. For high and low BP and heart rate and all, we can always do it in post processing. We can set values and then do it. So that's a possibility.
So I was
Thank
at,
you.
Should I?
Please ask.
I was at a conference recently, this year only,
right,
where in neurosurgery conference, MRI were being. There were computer experts also.
Right.
This forecasted that 2 jobs coming few years or decade will vanish, radiologist and pathologist, because histopathological diagnosis and radiological diagnosis, these 2 perhaps will be taken over by, because these all are reading of the images in pathology and radiology. So this can perhaps be done better by AI. This is what they predicted. There was no third name, but after your lecture, I think anesthesia is at risk also.
Right. So regarding radiology, when I saw that most of this
Not in
articles,
near future, it will take time.
You don't know, the Watson data was generated in Chennai.
Okay.
Watson,
I didn't know. Yes.
quite a bit of data was generated. So there are people who are generating data. I mean, people are collecting data. Whoever, this was probably some private institute. They were collecting data for quite some time. And as said, yes, pathology, wherever the images are, it's much easier to, AI is the easier tool. So that's the best way. But as said, it's more a facilitator than it can't be, because Watson also failed. for your information. So it's not that. So there was a lot of hype initially, but then there was something happened. I have not read the whole story, but lately, I think last 2-3 years, it's not as popularly written in the article. Individually, people are generating. Now, that's the reason that we need to, there has to be incentive for the data. We are very, as last DG ICMR came and is saying the international, we are collaborating with international and we're giving our data to them, and that's what they want. Basically, they have their own data, but the data is not varied. I mean, it's not from the different countries or different. So that's why they have just, collaborating and saying, okay, come on, we'll give you $100 and we sponsor your research fellows, sponsor your visit. And we're very happily giving. There's no harm in giving that, be a part of that. But this is what's going on. The data is being sucked in by those people, and ultimately, no harm in be part of that, but then you should have an MOU that anything which comes out of this data, in whichever, we should also be part of that. Yes. I don't know, Dr. Tanveer is with me.
Yeah.
We have collected how many thousand?
Not from in institutions where protocols are not being followed, the quality is not good, but institutes like PGI, AIIMS, and or of that level in India, who are doing very good work. I think those data are very important for AI, and we should own it, and we should get benefit of it
That's
also.
what see, but the EG data, how many patients you have collected till now?
We have a multi-centric project in which we are, collecting from the 3 centers in the Northeast in Imphal. So we have data from Shija, from PGI-MER, and from GenIMS. So till now, we've collected around 2,000 cases. And it's a very, very, extensive data, because it's not just having the hemodynamics, anesthesia records in it, induction times, extubation, surgical things, but it's also having the entire intraoperative EEG data. So that, and we are working with NILET, and they've been given 4 crores from the Department of Electronics, DIT. And 4 crore, I think, is a big amount. And they've involved some important centers in NILET, and there are various others, agencies which are being slowly collaborated with and talked about. And we hope to come out with some innovative Indian depth of monitoring, anesthesia monitoring system. So till 2,000 patients is like very good data, and everything is standardized because we've used the closed loop anesthesia system for anesthesia delivery. So there is the variability or the bias which comes because of inter-anesthesia variability. Everybody has their own style of giving anesthesia. So because with the use of this closed loop anesthesia delivery system, it's automated. It's like robot, like Rajan said. So it is, let's hope we'll have this. And we are still ongoing. 1 year more extension is there. So probably we'll be able to collect 500 more patients from each center. That means 1,000 more. So by the end of the year, we'll have around 4,000 patients. And AIIMS, we started around 2016. So 2016, now we are 2025. It's almost been 9 years. And again, we have a lot of data related to cardiac surgeries in the anesthesia information management system itself.
Yes, data is new diesel. And I can say that our popular robotic system, Da Vinci, each surgeon, each stroke, even how he is handling the tissue and moving his hand, each stroke data is going not here in India, is going outside of India. So that's where I think a caveat is that whenever we purchase a foreign machine, big machines like this, we should have some clause where the data should remain in India, and it should be available proper researchers, so that we will develop our data set, and that's where the key is.
Can I come in here, Dr. Saab?
I just want to understand the view of the House on the ethical aspect of all this data collection that's happening, because even if it is anonymized, like the patients, it's still human data. For example, if we are using any app online, unknowingly, we are giving that consent, even if we are not reading that this data can be used for like this. When we are admitting the patient, we take the consent for that, we will have the data for the use exclusively for the patient, right, for the benefit of the patient. And when we are using that data for something else, where do we have the consent to use that data for something else? Even if it is to develop an algorithm, and if that algorithm is developed with using the data of all those patients, how these patients are being, for example, we are saying, if my institute's data is being used, I have the IPR and I should be benefited in some way. Now, if it is the patient's data, where the patient is getting any benefit for providing that data, because he even hasn't given any consent to use that data for anything else except that data should be used for his benefit.
So one thing is that when they sign in institutes, there is a line written that this data may be used for educational and research purposes. So that encompasses that use of anonymous data for the purpose of research, which includes this data collection.
No, that cannot, because in that case, then we do not need any informed consent when we are doing research. If I go by your version, then no researcher in any institute requires to have the IEC's approval and have an informed consent for doing any type of research.
That consent is for that very specific project. If something, some intervention or something, they are participating.
But I don't think
But
any
what
institute
you are
is taking
talking
such
is
type
the
of a umbrella consent that we can use that
So
data for anything else.
That's the only thing available. And whenever we start a project, then we go to IEC. But retrospectively, you cannot take consent of so many thousands of patients. So that has to be a
That
blanket
is agreed,
one.
but I'm saying that what you are saying, I don't think any institute is following that, including our institute, where we take a consent at the start of, at the admission of the patient, that we will use your data for research purpose.
So let me put it this way, that when multinational companies, they evaluate my behavior at malls or shopping arcades, and they generate the data and they use it, they are not benefiting me, they are benefiting themselves. So maybe we are
So there is an
behaving the same way.
ethical, so there is
Sir,
an ethical
may I,
aspect
may
in
I
that
add,
also.
may I add, sir?
Yeah, please.
Sir, first of all, sir.
I think we should add, we should change our consent taking accordingly.
Exactly.
That is the.
Yeah, so three things, sir. First, as per the MIT guidelines, the data should be in India only. Data should not go outside the India periphery. This is the one constraint. And now the DPDP guidelines, according to the DPDP guidelines, if you are using any data, being it's a health data or your personal data or it's a McDonald's data, the person of like patient or any user should be informed that where are you going to use this information. Maybe it's anonymized information. So without that information, if you are using this for any purpose, for model training, so there are around 200 CRs penalty as per the DPDP law. So DPD Act is not implemented, but they are now going to implement it. And as per that Act, if you are getting a consent only for hospital purpose, so you are not going to use that data even as a anonymized.
So, but going by your submission, how is it possible that one patient's one admission data may be used for 200 different AI algorithms? So individual consent will be simply impractical. So where does this ease of doing research versus patients?
So now what they are saying that you need to be make IT solutions where patient can withdraw their consent, where they can withdraw their data also. So these kind of guidelines are going give the full control of data to that particular patient or the particular user only.
You mean to say like a negative consent? If someone wants to withdraw, then he'll be able to withdraw. Otherwise, it's a deemed consent.
Yeah. So there is a clause there, like if you want to continue this data for its treatment purpose for 10 years in the hospital premises, that exemption is there. But if you are going to use that data for further training and further some another kind of a trained thing, then it should be informed to the patient.
Okay. So, but that has to be blanket for institutes.
So that's why it's not implemented yet, but in upcoming years, it's going to be implemented.
Sir, I will seek your permission to clear the air on this. As a researcher in US, I have experienced that whenever we work on patients' data, we work on Mimic. mimic for the information mart of patients. What we basically do is that the data set itself is de-identified. So the patient's consent, patient's personal information, or any, because that data is quite extensive. The data points are 95% enriched. When you look at the data set, you know the ICU data, the lab events data, the lab, the charts, everything is so structured. And when we encounter that data, I encountered it for the first time last month. So when I learn about the data, I'm still trying to figure out many things into that. So the de-identification is the most important part. So that clears one pair. Then secondly, as you said, the DP. What that does is, that's the cross-border flow of data. Any AI algorithm, any flow of data, anything, no company, I tell you, no company globally, locally, will have this hosted to say कि भैया हम लोग जो है एक country के लिए specific एक continent में data देंगे. No. What that does is it creates so much of cost, so much of manpower, and so much of, now what has happened, that there is no so much of data to give to people. So they create data, these AI algorithms are creating data. So this real-time data is flown cross-border every now and then. That is why the DPT, what it does, it restricts some credentialed access. And if it fails to do so, then such implications are happen. So patients are secure, cross-border flow of data happens, and AI algorithms are taught. That's all.
I think I agree with you. The question is not whether the data is secured or not, whether it can be breached or not. The ethical issue still remains, it's a center point, where the data has been collected for a particular purpose and the patient has given that for a particular purpose. When we want to use it for some other purpose, then there are some ethical issues that needs to be addressed. That's what I wanted to just say. It's not about security.
We are still evolving and with the passage of time, but the advice is that wherever you are doing a study where the data is going to be used, you must take a specific consent. And second thing, the worry of data being used when the multicentric trial, what they say is they from one place they make a model, then it goes centrally. The model, the data doesn't go, the model goes to another hospital's data, and it redone, the model is redone, and then the model goes, not the data goes. So that's why they are, different hospitals, they are involved in developing a supermodel without losing their data to anybody. That's what I don't know what is the term called. Sushant was explaining me all this thing one day. Yeah.
Thanks. It generated a lot of discussion, and I'm happy that we are successfully ending this session. Thank you.
So we thank our moderators for chairing the session. So now, it's the moment of truth and the moment that we'd all been waiting for. It's time to recognize and reward the outstanding achievements, innovative ideas, and the exceptional talents among all these participants. So please put your hands together as we announce the winners of the MedTech Fest competitions. Our esteemed guests, dignitaries, and judges have carefully evaluated the entries, and we are excited to share the results with you. And with great honor, I'd like to call over our Executive Director of AIIMS Jodhpur, Dr. Govardhan Dutt Puri, sir, and Dr. Mahesh Devnani, a Medical Superintendent and Head of the Department of Hospital Administration, to come over and bestow the honor to the winners. Thank you.
First award for Best Oral Presentation held at AIIMS for the Faculty Award, Professor Suresh Kumar Sharma. Best Oral Presentation for Student award goes to Dr. Deepak Kumar from Neurosurgery Department. Now announcing the winners of Avinya. Announcing the winners of Avinya MedTech Hackathon. Winners of Avinya first award goes to Harshit and team. Second award goes to Satyam Kumar and team. Third prize goes to Dr. Prashant Khatri and the team. Can we have a big round of applause for them? Now announcing winners of paper presentation held at IIT. First prize of rupees 15,000 goes to Dr. Vivek and Rahul. Dr. Vivek and Rahul. Second prize of rupees 10,000 goes to Pooja Soni and team. Give them a big round of applause. Third prize of rupees 5,000 goes to Dr. Yogesh Singh and team. Winners of poster presentation, first prize of rupees 7,000 goes to Antati Shivani and team. Second prize of rupees 5,000 goes to Anusha Gudel and team. Third prize of rupees 3,000. Okay. Third prize of 3,000 goes to Satyam Kumar and team. award for the best poster presentation held at AIIMS goes to Professor Ravi Godepalli. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Winners of Avinya Awards. First prize was 30,000, second prize goes to 20,000, and third prize was 10,000. These money amount will be credited in your accounts. Thank you. Now I would like to invite Mr. Siddharth and Dr. Anubhav sir for conclusion of the session.
So I would like to, so this is the conclusion of the ceremonies. It has been a great conference, and we want to thank you, both the co-chairs of the conference, that is me, Siddharth, and Dr. Anubhav Gupta. So it's time to thank people who made this grand conference possible. Indian Conference on MedTech Innovations was born out of joint MedTech academic program that was started by IIT Jodhpur and AIIMS Jodhpur. And this conference was started 2 years back. Hence, ICMI-2025 is the third edition. ICMI embodies the true spirit of collaboration, innovation, and entrepreneurship of the program. Our stellar faculty and MedTech students spearhead the organization. I would like to thank ICMI 2025 patrons, Professor Avinash Kumar Agarwal and Professor Govardhan Dutt Puri, IIT Jodhpur Director and Executive Director of AIIMS Jodhpur, respectively. Their visionary leadership is powering the two tall organizations and their joint conviction in fast-forwarding the joint MedTech Center. Thank you, our co-patrons, Professor Sampad Raj Vadera, IIT Jodhpur, and Dr. Deepak Kumar Jha, AIIMS Jodhpur. Thank you, ICMI 2025 chairs, Professor Sushmita Jha and Dr. Manoj Kamal, AIIMS Jodhpur. Thank you, scientific chairs, Professor Anil Kumar Tiwari, IIT Jodhpur, and Professor Nikhil Kothari, AIIMS Jodhpur. Thank you, co-chairs of the conference, my partner in crime, Dr. Anubhav Gupta, and myself. MedTech student leadership is the heart of this conference, heart and soul of ICI conference, and students push boundaries in raising money, organizing speakers, logistics, travel, transport, design, and advertising, and everything in between. I'm sure the course team is sleep deprived, but very satisfied. They will take these memories way beyond their student life. I'll be taking their names and contributions to the conference, and I really want an applause wholeheartedly. These students have really, really worked hard to, make this conference possible. So please let us take some time and just focus here for a minute, because, without them, I can honestly tell this conference had no future. So these students really make this conference happen. So let us, start with a big round of applause. And I would start calling your names, and please come over the stage to share the stage with Honorable Director of AIIMS Jodhpur, Professor Puri. So, the first, I'll start with the student name, Divya Prakash Pandey, who handled accommodation, food, print, advertising, public relationship. Ashwin R for sponsorship and for Avinya Hackathon. Dhruv Khokaria for scientific committee. So all the papers, everything were vetted by Dhruv along with the scientific chairs. Please come over the stage and stand here. Pranav Kumar Tak, events, sponsorship, public relations, printing. Please come over the stage. Sukesh for design and social media. Ritika Jajoria for design and social media. I think we can extend our applause. Shibashish Samantre for accommodations and food committee as well as events committee. Mahadevan and Sukesh for website. Pranav Kumar Tak also for speaker invitation committee and taking care of all the speakers' travel. Anybody I'm missing? Prashansha Agarwal for food and accommodation and for event management for print and media. Parul Kumawat for scientific committee. Parul, please come over. So there are two more names. Shivangi was our compeer for the first 2 days, and Umme Abiha on the third day. Please come over the stage. Katyani to help the backstage. Please come. So please give them a round of applause. These are the stars of MedTech program, and they really work so hard to make this thing possible. Thank you so much. And I would request Puri sir to please say a couple of words for our such enthusiastic team. Thank you.
I will just add two more names, sir. Sir, two names. Sir, it's a two names.
Please, all of you are invited here. All of the audience which is sitting here, you are invited here because without you people, this conference was no success. And the only credit which should be given to me is watchful inactivity and no interference. Rest is all done by you people. I made sure that I do not interfere in any of the things which is being done. So I would like whoever is here at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, in the evening, please come over. We'll have a group photograph at the end of this successful conference. And I thank both IIT as well as the AIIMS Jodhpur team for conducting it successfully. And I have been told that it is really different. Thank you very much.
सामने चले जाओ, आगे जाओ, आगे जाओ। नहीं चलेगा नहीं, आओगे नहीं आप।
Thank you.
Brilliant.